Recording in progress.
We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to call to order this City Council meeting, special meeting of January the 18th, 2022. Clerk, will you please call the roll for this meeting?
Councilmember Nixon.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Curtis.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Sweet.
Here, thank you. Our study session tonight is a presentation on the police use of force dashboard. We expect to reconvene our meeting at approximately 7:30 p.m. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. We're excited today to have Police Strategies present you with the overview of their use of force analysis of the City of Kirkland's use of force. Police Chief Sherry Harris has a few introductory remarks, but I did want to remind the council and the public that this is the first of two presentations. So tonight is going to be a lot about the background of what we learned, and then at the second presentation will be more of a focus on Kirkland-specific cases. So there's definitely more to come, even though we appreciate that you gave us 2 hours to go through this tonight. So with that, I will turn it over to Police Chief Sherry Harris.
Thank you very much. And I have just a quick see if I can do this from MS Teams to Zoom. Okay, duplicate slides or just the presentation? Good. All right. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and council members. Thank you very much for allowing this special meeting to discuss the police use of force analysis and evaluation and the public-facing dashboard. I have just three quick slides of introduction, and I think our presenter has approximately 18 slides and the public-facing dashboard as well. And so before I make introductions, I just wanted to quickly reinforce the department's commitment to ensure that policies and procedures are in line with best practices and are supported by our community. We continue to consult the recommendations contained in the following publications that are listed on this slide and that were in the staff report. I still look to the 6 pillars of the 21st Century Policing report. It's still relevant today. Additionally, one milestone that was not included in the staff memo was the passage of the police reform legislation on July 25th. There were a number of bills that impacted and significantly restricted the use of force by police officers in Washington state. And we've talked a little bit about that before, and that's not what this presentation is about today, but we have incorporated the police tactics bill, the use of force bills, de-escalation, use of force reporting. All of that has been integrated into our policies and procedures and protocols, and have already began long ago training on that. So it was one thing that I had left out of my staff memo that I thought would be important to just touch on. So, and I just had reiterated the opening comments from our policy on use of force. Most officers work, most of their work that they're involved in every day, we interact with members of the community who are experiencing conflict of some kind. And you've heard me say it before, it's rare that someone calls 911 with a positive moment in their life and need us to be there. So I would just reinforce, though, that the men and women of the Kirkland Police Department absolutely recognize and respect and value human life and protecting a person's dignity. And just a little bit about Police Strategies. We had contacted several reputable vendors who provide third-party analysis. I'll let Bob go more into his own background, the Chief Executive Officer of Police Strategies, Bob Scales. But I just want to emphasize that his company is the only third-party contractor that provides this type of evidence-based use of force analysis and evaluation, as well as a public-facing dashboard that's interactive. And so aside from the last 5 years of data that they have analyzed, and provided analysis on. We have a contract that extends for 2021 and into 2022, and to continue to update the interactive dashboard as we go along. And I had shared on this slide just a couple of the companies, 3 of the companies that are working locally. One with Bellevue that did policy analysis, but they don't do data analysis or dashboards. Perf, who's a national firm that did a significant report for Vancouver PD, again on policy analysis, but not dashboards and data analysis. So this is a great risk management tool that I think is really going to be helpful. And so I will stop sharing and stop talking and turn it over to the presenter. And again, thank you very much for extending your meeting tonight and allowing us to have this conversation. And hopefully Mr. Scales is still, he's still on the conversation. Okay.
Yes, I'm here. Okay. I just shared my screen. Is that good? Great. Well, thank you very much for having me at your meeting tonight, and also thank you for giving me a good amount of time to present this information. There is a lot of information and a lot of detail, and I'm sure it will elicit a lot of questions. So, because we have such a long presentation, feel free to interrupt and ask me any questions that come up as we do the presentation. A little bit of background about me and our company. So my name is Bob Scales, and I am an attorney. I worked as a King County deputy prosecutor in the 1990s. And then I moved over to the city of Seattle as the public safety director in Mayor Schell's office. I worked on a wide variety of public safety projects, and I was the staff person for the City Council's racial profiling task force that they formed back in 2001. And that's sort of how I started getting involved in policing data and looking at racial disparities and lots of other issues. I served for several mayors, for 3 mayors, as a public safety policy advisor. Then in 2011, I moved to, or 2010, I moved to the Seattle City Attorney's Office, and I was the Director of Government Affairs. And I was there when the Department of Justice came in 2011 and started their pattern or practice investigation of the Seattle Police Department. And so I was one of a team of attorneys that represented the city and the police department during that investigation and the subsequent negotiations that led to the consent decree that the department is still under. After the consent decree was finalized, Mayor McGinn appointed me to be the compliance coordinator to oversee the reforms in the department. I left the department in 2014 and formed Police Strategies with some former colleagues from SPD, and we also have a partnership with Seattle University. So one of our partners is Chief Mike Sanford. He was a former deputy chief in Seattle PD. He was also the chief in Algona and in Wapato. Catherine Olson is the former director of the Seattle's Office of Professional Accountability. And she also served 2 terms as president of NACOL, the National Association of Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement Officers. And then we have a partnership with Seattle University and Professor Matt Hickman, who is the chair of the department of the Criminal Justice Department. And we worked with them for many years, and they basically help us with the development of our analytical methodology. And we have currently 3 peer-reviewed journal articles that have been published using the data that we've collected, and we have many more in the pipeline. One of the reasons that, or one of the main focuses of our company is to help law enforcement agencies collect, analyze, and report on their own data. And we focus primarily on use of force, but we also have dashboards for complaints, for stops, for arrests. But basically, it's helping law enforcement understand their own practices, helping policymakers make data-driven decisions, and help the community better understand how law enforcement services are being provided in their community. And one of the reasons that we decided to focus particularly on use of force is that we realized during the DOJ consent decree that no one, not even DOJ, knows anything about use of force. And the reason for that is because there's no data. So we have no evidence-based policies or training program for use of force. There are lots of recommendations and lots of ideas for things to try for policing reform, but nothing around use of force is evidence-based because there is no data. And I'm going to talk about some of the attempts that have been made to collect data on use of force and some of the limitations as well. So it's been, since in the last few years in particular, there's been an intense interest and emphasis on looking at use of force practices across the country. And as people started asking questions, it didn't take long to figure out that there were no answers because we didn't have any data. And so this is just an article from TechDirt looking at the FBI database that I'll talk more about. But basically, we need to have data in order to make data-driven decisions and to evaluate policies and training to come up with evidence-based best practices. If we don't have the data, we just can't do it. It's all anecdotal, and we'll never know if it works or not. So because there is no official government source of use of force data, what's happened is that the media and private organizations have created their own databases using crowdsourced methods. So this may be public records requests. They go through Google searches and do scans of the web, a lot of different ways to get this data, but it's all unofficial. Ironically, it's right now the best sources of use of force data nationally, at least on deadly use of force, are these private sites. And so we sort of started with the Washington Post, and they collected a database, again, only on fatalities and involving officers, and their database runs from 2015 to 2021. All of these different databases have public downloads, so you can download the raw data, and they all have some type of public dashboard so the public can interact with the information. The data variables are really important, as we'll see when we talk about the police force analysis system that Kirkland has, because most of these efforts, they collect very limited amounts of data. And then also because they're collecting data from the media reports, it's questionable about how accurate the data is. So for example, the first media report about an officer-involved shooting might say it was a white male 20 years old. And then as more information comes up, it might be a white male who's 60 years old, or there may be some other change. And so there's no way to sort of verify the accuracy of all the information that these sites have. Fatal Encounters is another database. It's probably one of the most comprehensive databases. It goes back to 2000. They have again, it's only on fatalities. And they have almost 32,000 records and national data. Mapping Police Violence is probably gotten a lot of the most attention recently. They do a lot of advocacy work around their data, and a lot of researchers and others will use the data that's available from Mapping Police Violence. So Mapping Police Violence does their own data collection, and they also gather data using the Washington Post and Fatal Encounters as well. Finally, a new organization that started up in this last year is Accountable Now. And Accountable Now is, their goal is to collect data on all departments in the country, of which there are about 19,000. Right now they have 36 agencies, and most of the data they have is already publicly available. So a lot of the agencies, like they have data from Seattle PD. You can go to Seattle PD and get the exact same data that Accountable Now has. So they're not adding anything. What they're doing is they're putting a lot of data in the same place, so it's easy to find, but they're not really gathering any new data yet. And it's on more than just use of force. They collect data on whatever's available, so stops, arrests, searches, and that kind of thing. And then we're starting to have more and more government sources of use of force data. One of the first statewide systems was the California URSA system. It started collecting data in 2016. They collect about 700 records a year. And these are not just fatalities, although it would include fatalities, but these are all uses of deadly force. So this would include any discharge of a firearm, whether or not the subject was injured, and any serious bodily injury. So this would be, broken bones or some serious injury that would likely require hospitalization. The data is downloadable, and they do have some public dashboards, and they're collecting about 50 data variables on each incident. Something that's got a lot of attention recently is the FBI National Use of Force data collection. And this was started during the last year of Director Comey's involvement with the FBI. He was very public about the fact that the FBI didn't know anything about use of force. And so he started the use of force data collection and they started collecting data in 2019. It's exactly the same as California, where it's only deadly force and serious bodily injury. So a relatively small number of cases compared to all uses of force. The data is not downloadable, and there are no public dashboards. And right now, the big problem is that the federal government has its own rules and regulations about when the FBI can release data. And according to their own rules, the FBI cannot release any data until they reach 60% participation from all agencies in the country. And last I checked, they were around 58, 59%. And so even though they've been going since 2019, not a single piece of data has been released. Even if they reach that 60% threshold, they're still only going to release aggregated data at the state and national level. So we will never be able to look at individual agencies, and certainly not individual officers and their use of force practices. So I think people are going, if they ever reach that 60% threshold, I think people are going to be very disappointed at the quality and the amount of data that's available. New York started collecting data in 2019. The data is downloadable, but they don't have any public dashboards yet. One of their main problems is that they don't have any standardized use of force reporting in New York. So for example, some agencies are reporting the pointing of a firearm as a use of force, and some agencies do not. Some agencies report low levels of force as a use of force, and some agencies only report higher levels of force. So when you're looking at, even though they have data on individual agencies, when you're trying to compare agencies with each other, you can't do it if they're all reporting use of force differently. Then finally, New Jersey, which right now is probably the most comprehensive use of force database. It's only been going since late 2020 and 2021, so it hasn't been going that long. It is a standardized reporting system, so every agency in New Jersey has to report. It's all physical force and weapons. They do not report on the pointing of a firearm as a use of force. They do have a data download, and they do have public dashboards, and they're collecting about 60 different data variables. One of the things that New Jersey is doing that no other data system is doing is you can search the New Jersey database by the officer's name. So you can pull up the officers in New Jersey that have the most uses of force. And as a result, the media has sort of latched onto that, and they've published lists of officers who use force the most. And we'll talk about when we look at the findings from our data system, why that kind of analysis and level of reporting can be counterproductive. So I'm going to talk about the new Washington legislation, Senate Bill 5259, which was passed last year and will go into effect, or they'll start data collection this year. But first I wanted to look at what Kirkland has now in the police force analysis system that we built for them. So we have 5 years of data right now, 2016 to 2020. We update the force analysis system on an annual basis. So in the first quarter of this year, we'll be updating the Kirkland database with 2021 data. The Kirkland database includes all types of force that officers use, so any physical force, any reportable physical force, and any use of a weapon. And Kirkland also includes pointing of a firearm or show of force in its data. What we've found is that less than half of the agencies, we believe, in the country are reporting pointing of a firearm or show of force as an actual reportable use of force. We can collect and analyze that data, but we analyze it separately from actual use of force incidents because it's qualitatively very different, and the legal standards are not the same because you're not actually making physical contact and there's no chance of injuries and so forth. But we do collect and we do analyze that data separately, and it is available on the public dashboards as well. So one of the unique things about our system, and no other statewide system does this, is that there are internal dashboards that the department can use to really do a deep dive into their use of force practices, both at the incident level and officer level. None of the other data collection programs have agency level dashboards. What they do is they collect data and they aggregate it for the whole state, and then those are available publicly, but the department would have to download and analyze all of that data themselves if they wanted to make use of it. So that's a unique aspect. And then obviously we have public dashboards, and hopefully we'll have time to show you those today. And then we collect up to 150 different variables. So again, we developed our data collection program with Seattle University, and we look at every possible relevant aspect of a use of force and I'll get into more detail about what those different variables are. And there are about 55 records a year, including pointing cases. The Washington State legislation, Senate Bill 5259, is pretty much identical in structure to our force analysis system. And we were actually, both Seattle University and I were involved in providing information to the legislature and making recommendations, and a lot of that was incorporated into the legislation. So you'll see in the legislation, you have agency dashboards. You'll see one of the important things we think is critical is to collect historical information. All these other statewide programs, they start collecting data when the data program starts. And so you can't, there's no way to look backwards at any of the data, but we're able to, through our coding system, we're able to go back and collect historical data. This is critically important, especially with COVID and with the new legislation, police reform legislation that was passed last year by the legislature, because we need to be able to see what were use of force practices like before COVID, what were use of force practices like before the reform legislation, and then we'll be able to see, okay, what changed, when these different events happened. And we can't do that unless we have that historical data. So the legislation also calls for data going back to 2016. It will also include all types of force as well as pointing. Again, not all agencies like Kirkland are collecting pointing information. So for those agencies, we'd only be able to collect data going forward on pointing cases. The legislation itself calls for just over 50 data variables. However, there's an advisory group meeting now, and there'll be an RFP process to select a vendor in April, and I expect that the final data collection program will have many more variables. And we estimate that there are going to be about 15,000 incidents a year, and this would include about 10,000 actual uses of force, of physical or weapons, and then about 5,000 pointing incidents is what our estimate is. Any questions so far?
Bob, I have one quick, just when you pull out a taser, is that a show of force?
It depends on the agency. There are some agencies that only report on the pointing of a firearm as a show of force, and there are some agencies that report on the pointing of a taser or a firearm as a use of force. I believe Kirkland only reports on firearms. Is that correct, Chief?
We are collecting on a display of force. So if you pull your taser, you display your taser and then gain compliance. We are reporting that, but it wouldn't be considered a use of force.
Thank you.
A little more detail about the Washington State law. So the Attorney General has formed an advisory group as required under the legislation. In April, the Attorney General will be issuing an RFP to select a vendor to design, build, and manage the program. The vendor must be a university in Washington State. And there must be public dashboards, there must be agency dashboards, as well as the raw data must be available for researchers and the public. So if we will be working with Seattle University on a proposal, and we're building a consortium of both universities and public and private institutions to bid on that. If Seattle University is selected, it will, since we'll be involved, the system will be very compatible and very similar to the system that Kirkland PD currently has. The great thing is that we have currently comparative dashboards because we collect data from every agency in exactly the same way, analyze it in the same way, so you can start making interagency comparisons. There are 274 law enforcement agencies in Washington State. So basically, Kirkland will be able to compare their use of force practices with every other agency. And the great thing is that if the statewide system is compatible with the current system that Kirkland has, the statewide system is paid for by the state. So you will basically be able to have this system, going forward at no expense to the city, and then you will have a lot more comparative data. So basically, Kirkland has gotten a head start on the statewide data collection. So currently we have just over 90 law enforcement agencies in the system. Most of those are in Washington State. We have a variety of different types of agencies and size of agencies and different types of jurisdictions. One of the things that we've found is that because of the way we analyze the data and the standardization of coding, even though we have large agencies and small agencies and municipal and sheriffs and so forth, you can actually make some meaningful comparisons between all these different agencies, and we'll talk about that as well. So how do we do it? So for the state program will be a little bit different, and it'll involve some of the historical data. What I'm going to want to explain to you is how we collect the historical data. Moving forward, there will be an online data collection tool that officers will enter all of the information directly right after each use of force incident. But this is how we collect it now, and this is how we work with Kirkland PD. So Kirkland does not have to do anything different than they're doing now. They have their internally, they use iPro to enter data on use of force incidents, and iPro tracks the individual investigatory process for each use of force incident. We have a partnership with iPro because iPro is not an analytical tool, it's not a reporting tool, it's a records management tool. And so we're able to extract data directly out of the department's iPro system, and that pre-populates our database. We get about 30% of the data from iPro, but then we need to get most of the data from the incident reports and the officers' narratives themselves. So Kirkland PD will provide us with the incident reports, which include the officer narratives. So we review, we have different data extraction techniques, but we review all of those narratives, and we pull out all of the relevant data elements that we use. And when you're reading an officer's narrative, an officer who's used force, they're going to put in that report all of the relevant factors because they know that they need to be able to justify why they used the force. They need to put all the surrounding circumstances. They need to explain what force was used, what resistance was posed, any injuries and so forth. And so all of that data is in the narrative. but it's not all in the check boxes and data entry fields in iPro. So we need to gather that information, extract that information, up to 150 different data fields. Depending on what's used, we don't collect 150 on every one, but if there was a taser used, then we collect the type of taser, whether it was effective, the number of cycles, and so forth. And then we take that data, we run it through our legal algorithms, and then we produce a series of dashboards, both public dashboards as well as internal dashboards. So in order to understand each use of force incident, we need to know what happened before the officer decided to use force. So what was the original call type? What happened when the officer arrived? Were there any threats? What crime was being investigated? We need to know the full circumstance that the officer was facing and what the officer knew at the time, which is how use of force is judged, in a legal context, is what did the officer know at the time they decided to use force. And then we need to look at everything that happened between the full dynamic between the officer and the subject. Is there a question?
Bob, I was going to just interrupt you for a half second. Councilmember Curtis, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, I appreciate you pausing. Bob, will you go back one slide for me, please?
Sure.
I just want to be clear. So this stage where we extract 150 or less data fields, that is a manual process, and that there's a human being that has to read the incident report and then categorize the narrative. Is that correct?
Correct. It's a combination. Because the department has iPro, we'll start with that data set. So for example, iPro has the age, race, and gender of the subject. So we will extract that data, so that'll pre-populate our database. What we've found during our review process, if we find errors in iPro, we look at the administrative reports as the best evidence we have. So we typically see sometimes we'll have missing fields or misentered data in iPro. So we'll make those kind of corrections, but the bulk of the information that we get correct is collected from reviewing the officer narrative reports and entering the data from that.
Okay, because when you're the comparison I think of is when you go to the doctor and they code your diagnosis based on what the insurance requires. So some of it we can code so that it just runs through, but this is a human business, so that narrative we have to pull out as a human has to pull it out. So my analysis is correct?
Your analysis is correct. And one important thing is that we're not making our own judgments about the use of force.
Correct.
All we're doing is saying, all right, you used a taser, right? You said you used a taser. A taser we code as a level 6 force.
Okay.
So when we see a taser use, we know that's a level 6 force. So the only thing the coders are doing is saying, what did they do? And based on our coding scheme, how would we code it? We're not judging whether that
right.
taser use was appropriate or not.
Right, but you're assigning a code to the action.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, that helps me, thank you.
We look at the force and resistance dynamics, and we'll go into more detail about that. And then we also need to know what happened after the force. So were there any injuries to the officers and subjects? What kind of restraints were used? Was the subject booked into jail or released or taken to the hospital? What was the level of crime that was charged, and so forth? And then we look at things at the incident level. So things like date, time, address. We look at all the suspect characteristics that are relevant, the demographics of the suspects, the threat, the resistance, injuries. And then we also look at things at the officer level. So we have information on officer demographics, and we look at, we'll talk more about the force factor and force justification scores as well. And so the heart of our system is based on the standards set forth in Graham v. Connor, which is a 1989 U.S. Supreme Court case. And that sets the floor. No officer in the country can go below the Graham v. Connor standards. And many states and many departments may have policies or laws that have higher standards. We have a higher standard, for example, in Washington State for when officers can use force. Now they have to have probable cause rather than reasonable suspicion before they can use force. But we know that at a minimum, agencies or all officers have to meet the Graham standards, and so that's how we designed our legal algorithms to do the analysis. And also, we know under Graham that the use of force cannot be excessive, right? And so we look at a proportionality of force to resistance. So what we're doing with our coding is we're not making judgments as to whether or not something is justified or excessive. What we're doing is we're saying, based on the Graham factors and based on the facts of the report, this case is a higher risk of being found to be excessive or unjustified than another case. So it gives you a relative risk score for all your incidents and all your officers. And then you can also have risk scores for the department as a whole, and you can compare your practices with other agencies. So for the justification score, we're looking at the 4 Graham factors. And I don't have all the details here, but we code each of these factors on a scale of 0 to 6. So we look at the severity of the crime, the threat to the officer or others, the maximum level of resistance, and whether the suspect fled. So if there was no crime, no threat, no resistance, and no flight, and the officer used force, then that case would get a justification score of 0. Because the officer didn't articulate any reason in their report under the Graham factors for using force. And we don't see too many. I think we have about 15,000 use of force incidents now in the database, and I think only 3 or 4 had a score of 0. So officers know that if they use force, they must be able to justify it under at least the Graham factors. The higher the score, the more likely it is to be found to be justified under Graham, but you can have a high score that the department has already determined is unjustified or out of policy, and you can have a low score that is found to be justified or in policy. So the scores just give you a relative risk, but they don't override or they don't change the department's prior determination of whether a use of force was in or out of policy. What our system allows the department to do is to step back and look at all of its incidents. Usually we find that less than 1% of all uses of force are found to be out of policy by a department. So an extremely small number. But within that 99% that are found to be justified and within the policy, there's a huge range in how and why officers are using force. And so this system allows you to step back and say, well, these group of officers or these group of incidents are doing something that's higher risk than most of our other officers. So we want to take a look at those incidents and those officers and seeing if there's something we need to change with our policies or training, or maybe there's no problem at all. But basically allows the department to look at things that they might not have otherwise seen. The second component for our force analysis is the force factor. And this was developed by Professor Jeff Alpert at the University of South Carolina in the late 1990s. And all it does is it looks at proportionality of force to resistance. So we code the levels of force on a scale of 1 to 7, and we code the levels of resistance on a scale of 1 to 7, and we take the maximum force minus the maximum level of resistance. So if there is a force factor score of 0, that's directly proportional force to resistance. A score of +3, we would consider that to be a high force factor score, and it's a higher risk of being found to be excessive. Normally, we see the most common force factor score is a +1, which is 1 level of force above resistance. And usually the officer has to use a little bit higher level of force compared to resistance in order to gain control. But again, it just gives you a relative risk score. The department's already made their own determination through their own investigation of whether or not the force was excessive or not. And most of them are found not to be excessive, but this gives you a chance to say, well, hey, we have 10% of our cases that have a high force factor score. What's going on there? And every agency will have high force factor scores, and every agency will have lower justification scores. Any question about this?
I see none.
Okay, before we talk about the Kirkland dashboards, the public dashboards, I wanted to show you some key findings that we've made based on the data that we've collected from all the agencies. So this isn't just Kirkland specific. This is looking at more than 15,000 records from 91 agencies in 8 states. And these are consistent patterns that we see everywhere. So the first really important one is that uses of force are linked to arrests. And about 4% of arrests involve a use of force. And so whenever I see a headline that says uses of force are going down, I always look at the department's arrest numbers. And every single time we'll see arrests going down. And when you see uses of force going up, we see arrests going up. What happened in Seattle under the consent decree and many other jurisdictions when they come under intense scrutiny, you'll see uses of force going down. So when the consent decree started and even before during the investigation in Seattle, we saw a dramatic drop in uses of force. But we also saw a dramatic drop in arrests. And so one really important thing is you're looking at policies regarding the department that impact uses of force. If your goal is to affect the number of uses of force, the way that you can control that is by the types of laws that you pass. And so, for example, when Washington decriminalized or legalized marijuana, that took away most marijuana offenses. So arrests for that type of offense went down and close to zero. There's still some illegal behavior that you can have with marijuana. But when you have marijuana arrests going down, we would expect about 4% of marijuana arrests to involve a use of force. So we're also going to see a decline in uses of force during marijuana arrests. Seattle, I read recently, I think it was in this last week, that Seattle is no longer going to enforce bicycle helmet laws or expired tabs on cars. So that is going to reduce the number of stops, which will, and a lot of those stops may uncover other criminal activity. And so arrests are going to go down because of fewer stops. And as arrests go down, you're also going to have a decline in uses of force. Now, one of the key issues with this finding is that the officers in your department who make the most arrests are going to have the most uses of force. So if you have an officer on patrol who's very proactive and productive, and they're making lots of stops and lots of arrests, they are going to have more uses of force than a detective who's sitting behind a desk and rarely goes out and makes an arrest. Now, obviously, there's going to be variation, but on average, the more arrests an officer makes, the more uses of force they're going to have. Now, a lot of focus has been on de-escalation training recently. And unfortunately, we don't have any definitive studies about whether de-escalation training in and of itself reduces the need to use force. Clearly, de-escalation training offers valuable skills for officers, communication skills, ability to deal with crisis management, and that kind of thing. So there's no question that they're valuable training. The question is, what is the impact of that training on uses of force? And so what we've found is that what's interesting is that 96% of all arrests do not result in any use of force. So these are officers, 96% of the time, officers are able to take an individual into custody without using any type of force. So within that 4%, it's very unlikely that more de-escalation will, if a suspect's fleeing or threatening the officer, it's very unlikely that more de-escalation will remove the need to use force. So whenever you're looking at the number of force, it's always important to also look at arrests, because that's what's going to drive your uses of force. Another key factor, and this is data from San Jose in their annual report. San Jose provides us a lot of detail on their arrests. and they have a large number of arrests because they're a larger jurisdiction. So what we found was that certain types of crimes are more likely to involve a use of force. So if we look at the low end here, traffic offenses. So if a subject is arrested, and this isn't stopped, these are the crimes charged. So they may be stopped for a traffic offense, but then they may find a weapon or discover a warrant or something. These are the actual most serious crime charged. So so this would be an arrest for a DUI or reckless driving or some type of traffic crime, suspended license. So only 1.2% of traffic arrests result in a use of force. Warrants also very low. And I think the reason for this is that a lot of individuals who have a warrant don't know they have a warrant. And so it's only when the officer discovers it and then they make the arrest, so they're less likely to flee because they're not aware of the warrant up front. Sex offenses, also a low use of force rate. Drug crimes, property crimes, relatively low. Liquor offenses. And then we get into weapon offenses and violent crime. So we see that we have about a use of force rate, about 8% of those arrests result in a use of force. So about double the average. So we're talking about an average of about 4% for all crimes. And then we get into these three categories that are really high. So trespass. A lot of these trespass cases will be homeless individuals that are in a park or on the street and they refuse to move. And so the officer is using some level of force to arrest or remove the suspect. Disorderly conduct. A lot of these incidents involve someone who is under the influence of alcohol or drugs or has mental health problems. So they're already less likely to comply with an officer's order or direction. And so we see a much higher use of force rate. 16% of disorderly conduct arrests result in a use of force. And then probation violations, so has the highest. And so individuals who are on probation are well aware that if they are engaged in any illegal activity and they come into contact with police, that they're probably going right back to jail. So they are the most likely to flee and resist police of any other category. And that's why they're very different than warrant arrests, because a lot of these individuals may not know they have a warrant. So the significance of this is that depending on the types of crimes that Kirkland police officers are encountering, that will really drive your use of force rates. So if you're dealing with a lot of trespass, disorderly conduct, and probation violations, your use of force rate is going to be higher than a jurisdiction that does mostly traffic enforcement. Now, another issue, again, this goes to the de-escalation training, is that most decisions to use force are actually low discretion. And by that, I mean that the officer is facing some situation that really necessitates the use of force, and they don't have the opportunity to spend time or talk to the suspect. Something is happening that's causing the officer to use force for a public safety purpose. So I'll show you that with the numbers. And again, these are numbers for all the agencies, not just Kirkland. So in 38% of all use of force incidents, the officer used force because the suspect fled. And so when a suspect flees, it's very rare for them just to stop and surrender. So the officer is going to have to use some level of force, usually a takedown, or they may use their taser in order to capture the suspect. 25% of the time, the officer used force because the suspect was threatening them in some way. So it may have been a verbal threat, it may have been a physical threat, furtive movements, some type of aggressive behavior. In 12% of the cases, the officer was actually assaulted by the suspect before the officer used force. So the officer was using force to defend themselves as well as take the suspect into custody. In 10% of the cases, the officer used force because a third party who is present on the scene was actively being threatened or assaulted when the officer arrived. So they may see a domestic violence situation where the suspect is beating on the victim and the officer arrives and uses force on the suspect to stop the beating. That leaves 15% where none of these factors were present. So 15% of the time, the officer does have the time and the opportunity to de-escalate, but we only capture data on uses of force, so we do not see data on successful de-escalations. And as far as I know, no one's collecting that data. So that's one of the things we're going to recommend for the statewide data collection, because we would like officers to be able to check a box that says, I could have used force in this situation, but I successfully de-escalated and avoided having to use force. So that's it's a counterfactual data point that would be critical to have to evaluate the effectiveness of de-escalation training. Now, another key finding, and this may be a little counterintuitive, but what we found is that officers who use force more frequently tend to use force more appropriately. And by that, we mean that officers who use force, who have the most uses of force, tend to have the highest average justification scores and the lowest average force factor scores. And officers that rarely use force tend to have the lowest justification scores and the highest force factor scores. So they're the ones that are at highest risk. So I know Kirkland PD has an early warning system with IA Pro. Every single early warning system that's out there is based on frequency of force. So those early warning systems, they collect a lot of other data than just uses of force. But for use of force, they're all based on frequency. So the department will set a threshold, let's say six uses of force in a year. And any officer that meets that threshold will have an additional review of their uses of force and other things to see if there's any problem, and anybody below that threshold won't have any review. And what we found is that when you have that kind of threshold for use of force, you're flagging officers that are your lowest risk and you're missing officers that are your highest risk. So it's exactly the opposite from what you want to be looking at. We can tell you with our system how many officers have 6 uses of force, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, or 0 in the department. So we're not dependent on any arbitrary cutoff point. And you can look at things not just by frequency, but by justification and force factor score. Now, we think that the reason for this is that officers who use force more frequently will be making more arrests. They will be your proactive, productive officers that are making lots of contacts with the public, that are investigating a lot of criminal behavior, and they're going to come across and they're going to make more arrests, and as a result, they'll use force more often. And because they have a lot of experience, so if you've never used your taser before in the field, the first time you use it, you may not use it very effectively. If you've never done an armbar takedown or used a pain compliance or joint manipulation technique, the first time you use it in the field with a resisting suspect, you may not use it very well. But officers that do have experience with use of force tend to be able to use force not only appropriately, but more effectively than officers who don't use force. Any questions about that? Another key finding is related to injuries. And we've found very strong correlations between the justification score, the force factor score, and the number of force sequences and injuries to officers and subjects. And by number of force sequences, each time the dynamic changes between the officer and the subject, we code a new sequence, up to 6 sequences. So if an officer is able to control the suspect very quickly, within 1 or 2 sequences, whatever force they're using is very effective. And it may be higher levels of force, and we don't want officers obviously to use excessive force, but at the same time, if an officer uses force ineffectively or uses too low a level of force, it can actually prolong the use of force incident, and the officer and the subject can get into a protracted struggle, and that can lead to more injuries to officers and suspects. So looking at the data on this, so if we look at force justification scores, so on the y-axis is the officer injury rate, and on the x-axis is the subject injury rate. So when we're looking at justification scores, so a low justification score would be low crime, low threat, low resistance, and no flight. So in those types of situations, only about 40% of subjects are getting injured and about 10% of officers are getting injured. If we go up to a high justification score, so these are high level of crime, high level of threat, high level of resistance, and flight, we see that injury rates for both officers and subjects goes up. With force factor, we see sort of the opposite line here. And so if an officer uses overwhelming force, so a high force factor, so using a very high level of force compared to a low level of resistance, we see that the injury rate to officers is only 3%, but the injury rate to suspects is about 65%. So this is using a high level of force compared to resistance is a low risk to the officer, but a high risk to the subject. Whereas if officers are using very low levels of force and the resistance is actually higher than the force used, then it's much more likely that the officer is going to get injured than the suspect. And then we move to force sequences. And so 1 or 2 sequences is when the officer is able to gain control very quickly. 5 or 6 sequences is when there's a protracted struggle between the officer and the subject, and it's taking a long time to control the subject. So what we see is that if an officer is able to gain control quickly, not only is there lower risk of subject injury, but there's a low risk of officer injury. But if you go to 5 or 6 sequences, that's where we see the highest officer injury rates at almost 30%. So this is really important for training purposes, because if you have officers that once they make a decision to use force, they're not using force effectively or appropriately, it's taking them longer to control the suspect, and it's much more likely that both the suspect and the officer will be injured. Okay, if there are any questions, I'm going to go on to the...
Councilmember Falcone has a question. Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob, for presenting this. So I have a couple of questions on the slide. The first is, you've been using throughout the deck subject and suspect. Are you using those interchangeably, or are you defining them differently?
Yeah, if I've said, usually I use the term subject because not all uses of force involve a suspect, a criminal suspect. So you can have obviously an involuntary mental health detention or commitment where the officer is simply using force in order to get the person in the gurney who's resisting going to the hospital. So I typically use subject. Most of them are suspects. Most of them are arrestees, but you have a smaller percentage that are not. But I am using them interchangeably here.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify my interpretation of the graphs on these slides as well. It looks like the origin here, or where those two lines join, is the average for subjects and officers' injury rate. So for officers, that's 16%, and for subjects, that's 49%. So even when we're talking about higher force sequences, where you have higher officer injuries, there's still an only moderate subject injuries. It's still double the injury to subjects than to officers. Am I understanding that correctly? So even the medium, which seems like where the goal is here, is really just the average of the status quo. It's not necessarily an ideal or something we should be shooting for, but it's really just the average of the data that you have so far, which is still over twice, almost 3 times the amount of injury to subjects as to officers. Is that correct?
Correct. So yes, these are the average. So the average, and this is for all agencies. The average officer injury rate is 16%, and the average suspect injury rate is 49%. So yes, obviously the injury rate to subjects is much higher than the injury rate to officers. One thing that's important, and the Kirkland dashboards and the dashboards, the public dashboards I'm going to show you, is that we count anything as an injury. So a complaint of injury is an injury. A taser probe strike is an injury. A bruise or a scrape, a cut, any type of injury. Most of the injuries here, most of these 49% injuries are going to be very minor injuries. And we also collect detail not only on the severity of the injury, but the location of the injury and any treatment, any medical treatment. So you can refine on the dashboards. These are just static pictures. But on the dashboards themselves, you can refine this to say, I only want to look at serious injuries and how these compare with serious injuries. But overall, both the injuries to officers and the injuries to suspects are relatively minor, most of them.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure for the public and for the audience that would be viewing this dashboard that it's really crystal clear what that looks like, because I think this can be a little bit misleading and a little bit easy to misinterpret and to think that somehow being in the middle is somehow equal for suspects or subjects and officers. So I just want to make sure we're really crystal clear in our dashboard. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point. If I'd done the y-axis up to 100%, this wouldn't show up very well. But you are correct. This is not in the middle of both of them.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Great. Okay. It looks like we've got about an hour to work on the public dashboards. Oops. Okay, so again, these are the public dashboards that will be available on the department's website. What you see here is exactly how they will be, and everything that I can do with the dashboards, any member of the public can do with the dashboards as well. So the first dashboard is simply some instructions on how to use the dashboard and the filters. And it shows that there's 5 years of data and the date range, and then this will be updated on an annual basis. And I'll just go through, rather than talking about these instructions, I'll just talk about them as we go through the dashboards. So there are 3 dashboards, and there are tabs up here at the top. So I'll click on the first tab. And the reason that these are sort of narrow, we've gone through different iterations with different departments, and we found that even though this is sort of long and you have to scroll down, it's much easier on different devices to have a narrow format than a wide format where you can only see it on a desktop. So that's one of the reasons there. Also, the thing to bear in mind is that all these dashboards are customizable. So if we have made some variations when either members of the community or elected officials or say we would really like to see this graph on this dashboard, or we'd like to see this data. So there's a lot more we could do with these dashboards if there was interest. This first dashboard, on the right side, you will see similar filters. The number here are the total use of force incidents over that 5-year period. Now, again, these include all pointing cases as well as actual uses of force. We have a filter here where you can filter out, if you didn't want to look at the pointing cases, then you can unclick on that, and we have 220 actual uses of force during that 5-year period. And you could also collect, I only want to see physical or whatever you want, but there's a way to filter to take a look at that issue. Then we have a point map with the location and the size of the circle or the size of the incidents. We don't, another important point is that There is no personally identifiable information and no address information on any of the public dashboards. So that's why you can't see the actual, incident address, but these are actual incident addresses. And then we also have a density map where you can see the higher density of cases. And then we have it by zip code. Obviously, most of them are going to be in the 98034. And then we have the month and year. And so you can see that your maximum month was March of 2017, where you had 12 incidents, and you didn't have any incidents in March of 2016. So you can see that there is some variation by month and year. By year, the total number of incidents here. So 2019 was the highest there. And then by month, this is sort of looking and seeing if there's any seasonality. One unusual thing here is that, and this is the average by month per year. So on average, every year in March, there are 6 use of force incidents. So normally we see a higher number of uses of force in the summer where people are out and there's more activity going on. But in Kirkland, we see the highest number in December, and then we have some in March as well. By weekday, again, this is the average per weekday per year. So Fridays are the highest and Wednesdays are the lowest. And then by time of day, so we see a peak here between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. And this is pretty typical. So if you have any kind of nightlife or bars or anything that closes around 1 or 2, sometimes that's responsible for that peak, or there may be something else going on in Kirkland at that time. And we can also see the day of the week and time of day to see if there are any sort of hotspot times. So Sunday at 10 p.m. had 9 incidents, and then Thursday at 1 a.m. had 10 incidents. They may or may not be related, but it's a relatively, for 286 cases is a relatively small data set to be able to looking at this level of detail. So that's one of the reasons you may not see any obvious patterns here from such a small data set. The reason for the contact. So 70% of use of force incidents occurred after a dispatch call for service. 19% were officer initiated. So this could be a pedestrian stop, a traffic stop, a search warrant. And then 12% were assist the officer. So this is where the initial officer or the initial agency that responded were not the ones that used force. And so this could be officers assisting another Kirkland officer, or it could be officers assisting another agency. The type of location, so we see the most common one is on the street. 44% were on the street. 23% of uses of force occurred at or near a business. 18% were outside of a home. 8% were inside a home. 5 were at a park. And 5 were at a school. So with every dashboard, everything is interactive. So whatever you're interested in looking at, all you have to do is click on it. So for example, if I just wanted to look at officer initiated incidents that resulted in a use of force, then everything resets. So we have 54 incidents where officer initiated use of force. And you see this, you can't have an address here, but you have a large dot here, that's the jail. One thing I forgot to mention is that we also have jail data for Kirkland. And so any force that's reported inside the jail facility is in this database. Agencies that do not have a jail facility or do not report on force incidents in their jail facility obviously would not have that data. So that's something that's a little unique with Kirkland. But going back to officer initiated, which I clicked on here, we can see that the location types change a lot. So about half of those incidents, not surprisingly, are on the street. Now, when you hover over this, you see where it says percent of total. 52% versus 44%. So the 52% is whatever you're filtering on. So I'm only looking at officer-initiated contacts. So 52% of those were on the street versus 44% of all contacts. So you can see quickly that officer-initiated contacts are more likely to occur on the street. And also for businesses. So 44% of officer-initiated contacts occur at a business. And then only one outside a home. And then if we compare that to dispatched calls, we see a very different profile. So you see a much higher percentage of dispatch calls occurring outside or inside a home, and a smaller amount occurring at a business or on the street. So that's pretty understandable. Another way to filter is we can filter by neighborhood or by area that you're interested in looking at. So you just hold and you click on the area that you're interested in. So I just put this area on north of 405. And so whatever you select, so we have 18 incidents in that area, whatever you select, it will filter on that. So now we're just looking at those 18 incidents that occurred in that particular area of Kirkland. And then to deselect, you just click again, or you hit the escape key, and that will deselect everything. All the filters on the right are the same for each dashboard. So if I only wanted to look at data from 2020, so now we're looking at the 57 incidents that occurred in 2020. So you can filter it by year. You can filter it by subject gender. So if I only wanted to look at incidents involving female subjects, you see there's a big difference. In 2019, there were 17 female subjects that had force used against them, and in 2020, there were only 6. And so you can see the differences there. We can do it by race. We look at black subjects. So now we're filtering and we're just looking at use of force involving black subjects. And then whatever you hover over, you'll see that comparison. So we see there's not a lot of difference in terms of reason for contact. 47, 44, 33, a higher percentage are occurring at a business than for other racial groups. So there's one difference there. Less likely to occur outside a home. So those are 2 big differences there. We have it by different age groups. So we can look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 racial groups. So let's look at juveniles. So those under 17, this might, I'm not sure if that's a school or not, but so here we see, so most of the juvenile use of force, so we had a total of 36 incidents over the last 5 years. And you see most of those, 89% were dispatch calls or assist the officer. You only had 1 incident that was officer initiated that involved the juvenile. And you see that the school proportion here, even though it's only 4 incidents, that's 11% versus 2% obviously for adults. Another important thing that we collect data on is the residence of the subject. So Kirkland being a suburban city, you're going to have a lot of people obviously coming into your city, potentially driving through, coming into work, and possibly violating traffic laws or committing crimes. And so it's important to be able to look at, especially when we're looking at demographics and comparing the population and everything, what are the demographics in terms of their location and where they live. So we have 3 categories here. Local, they would be Kirkland residents. Other city residents of outside of Kirkland or outside of the state. And then transients, and these are individuals that do not have an address. And then we have some unknowns. So if we wanted to look at individuals who have force used against them by Kirkland PD officers and they are not Kirkland residents. So we had 109 cases. And and then we can see the types of incidents and so forth. Are there any questions about this particular dashboard?
See, Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you. Can you go back to the drop-down menu for gender for just a minute? I just want to see what categories are available. I didn't fully catch that. So I'd like to see us be more inclusive with the genders that are displayed here. I know that oftentimes that is not self-reported, that's officer reported is my understanding, but in cases where, well, I'd like to see as much self-reported as possible with all demographics, of course, whenever possible. But I just want us to be more inclusive with the gender categories here, please. Thank you.
Yeah, and what we don't see too many departments that have more than just male female. We have had some departments that have started to include a transgender category. But basically we can work with any data that the department collects. So if they collect, however many categories for gender, we can include those in the dashboards.
Thank you. And just to be clear, transgender would fit into, a woman or man gender. So really I was looking at perhaps non-binary or other inclusive options. Thank you.
Yeah, and again, that's up to however the department collects the data, we can analyze it based on their criteria. So that's not an issue from our end.
Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you. I had a similar question around the race category. Can you show that drop-down menu, please? So we've got 4 categories at this point.
Yes, we actually have, we do Native American as well. So the Asian, that includes Pacific Islanders. We also include Native American and Alaska Native, but there were no Native American, Alaska Native use of force incidents in the last 5 years. So that's why it doesn't show up here, but we do collect that.
Okay, thank you.
And the other, we can have, we don't have time today, but we can have a very long, extensive discussion about the collection of race and ethnicity, and then comparisons with the population versus other types of policing activities, because most agencies don't collect ethnicity separate from race. They collect ethnicity as a race, so Hispanic will be included in a racial category. That obviously makes it difficult when you're comparing with the population and so forth. But basically, this is how the data is currently being collected, and so that's how we're reporting it.
Can I ask you a question? If we were to expand this, and then you're able to collect additional gender categories, and then see the location of where that use of force happened, would we then, if it wasn't self-reported and it's something that the officer is attempting to estimate or collect, I'm just concerned about how we might share information that shouldn't be shared.
Yeah, there are a lot of issues with public dashboards and any type of personally identifiable information, because especially when we're talking about the demographics of a subject, because the state does not collect race and ethnicity on your driver's license. So they do collect your date of birth, so the officer can clearly calculate your age, and then there's a gender category so they can record the gender. But for race, it's either self-reported, but in most cases it's going to be based on the officer's perception, or in some cases it will be based if that person already has a record in your records management system, then there's a racial category already associated with that person, then that will probably be the one that's included. So there are a whole host of issues in recording details about an individual, whether it's their gender or their race, based on the officer's perception, and then whether or not that record can be tied to any particular individual.
definitely interested in researching that, and thank you, Councilmember Falcone, to see how we could use that terminology and wouldn't give away someone's neighborhood, and then still meet our NIBRS reporting in a way that isn't creating some additional staff time there. So, and use of force isn't necessarily going into NIBRS, but the police report does. So there's definitely different layers and factors here to consider as we start to look at that. I think it's pretty easy for you to change this dashboard and include whatever we want. It's just a matter of the drop-down boxes on our end and what officers have been reporting and how they are doing that.
Correct. From our end, there's no issue. We can work with whatever data you collect. Okay, I'm going to go to the second dashboard. Now this dashboard is focused on subject information. And I'll try to be consistent in how, because I think the dashboard talks about subjects. So again, we have it by we switched to quarter and year, and then by year, the same number. Everything on the right side stays the same. And now when we get down to the pie charts here, we're looking at the subject demographics. So 17% of use of force incidents in the 5 years involve females. Here's the race breakdown. And again, we have no Native Americans in the sample yet. And by age, and we can see that there are some, about 5% of age is unknown. We didn't have any unknowns for the race or the gender category. And then the subject residence. And then we have some unknowns here, but we see that only 42% of all use of force incidents are Kirkland residents. So the majority are actually you do have some unknowns here, but these are probably outside the city or transients. The subject condition. Now, some of this is obviously going to be based on the officer's perception, and some of it's going to be based on their description of the incident. So things like angry and yelling, that's really going to be a function of how is the officer sort of articulating the behavior in their report. The alcohol and drugs is a little bit clearer. Usually an officer will say if they think somebody is under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Possibly armed. So any indication that the officer has that the subject may be armed. So this could be an officer seeing a shiny object in the subject's hands and they think it's a gun, even if it's not a gun. But if they can articulate that they think that there's a weapon, then we'll include it as possibly armed. It could also be a witness saying that the person has a gun or a knife. And we would include that as possibly armed. What we want to know is what was in the officer's head. Did they have any reason to believe that this person was armed? Some officers will issue these blanket statements and say, well, I hadn't had a chance to pat them down yet, so they could have been armed. We would not count that as possibly armed because the officer did not articulate any reason for believing that that particular person was armed. So these are all indications of somebody being armed. Any kind of mental health. And again, this is based on the officer's statement. So they need to be able to articulate, they were, speaking incoherently or they were obviously excited delirium or some kind of indication of a mental health crisis. And then 7% of the use of force involved suicidal subjects. We have the disposition. So what happened to the subject after force was used? So 2/3 of the time the suspect is booked into jail, subject is booked into jail. 17% of the time the subject is released. 10% of the time, or 30 incidents, the subject was taken to a medical facility for an involuntary commitment or mental health evaluation. And then we have 13 incidents where the subject was transferred to another agency and we don't know what happened after that. Then we have the reason for the stop. So we have a lot of different categories, and this is the main reason why the officer made the initial contact with the subject. So we see that overwhelmingly, and this could be an officer-initiated contact, or it could be a call for service or assist the officer, but overwhelmingly, the most common one is a general disturbance. So a general disturbance is essentially, we don't know exactly what's going on, but there's something that's causing people concern, either the officer or the witness or the victim. These are more specific, obviously, burglary, theft, a welfare check, and so on down the line. And then we have the most serious crime charge. So we picked the most serious crime. We do have a relatively high number where there was either no charge or unknown. And this is more of a function of what we can find in the report, as opposed to, no charges, being filed. So sometimes the officer may not put in there, and it's later on, maybe their sergeant or somebody else will refer the charges later on, so it's not in the report. But obviously the most common charge is an assault, and then further down the line there, and then warrants and mental health are about 9%. We have whether the suspect fled and the pursuit, and so most of the flight is on foot. We don't see too many vehicle flights. We only had two pursuits by vehicle, and even only one of those was an officer pursuing by vehicle. And these are only pursuits that result in a use of force after the pursuit. And then we have the injury rate for subjects here at 28%. And then here's all the detail for the injury. So we see that we go down from complaint only to a taser probe. So if the taser probe sticks in the skin and they have to remove it, that's counted as an injury. Bruise or scrape, any kind of cut or blood, bloody nose, etc. Chemical irritation from pepper spray. Canine bite, so you had 8 canine bites in the last 5 years. And we count a bite even if it's a minor injury, even if it's like raking where it doesn't break the skin. There was 1 broken bone or teeth, and then 2 deaths. And then any weapons recovered. And so these are actual weapons. So we had a perceived weapon, and then we have actual weapons. So there were 17 knives recovered and 9 firearms recovered from individuals that had force used against them. So with all of these dashboards, there's so many, you could spend hours on any given dashboard clicking through the things that interest you. So I'm just going to pick a few things, and then if people have anything in particular they want me to look at. But I wanted to show you, for example, these disturbance calls. So the initial call was for a disturbance, and these are all cases where force was used. And here we see that a lot of these, the officer or there either wasn't a charge filed, or the officer did not articulate any of that in almost half the cases. 20%, the disturbance call was turned out to be an assault, and 16% were mental health, and on down the line. If we compare those with burglary calls, and we see some of these are unknown, but auto theft is the most one of the most common ones. The other thing I wanted to mention are the vertical lines here. These have the same effect of this is the average for all incidents. So you can quickly tell whether you're above or below average based on what you check on. So for example, if we look at welfare checks and the subject condition. So for welfare checks, so there are 21 welfare checks that resulted in a use of force, and 90% of those involved a mental health crisis. And so you see that the average here is, for all incidents, is 19% involved in mental health. So if you're getting called to a welfare check and there's a use of force, chances are it's a mental health issue. We also see that subjects that have force used against them during a welfare check tend to be a little more angry. They're more likely to be involved in alcohol and drugs. they're much more likely to be suicidal. So half of those welfare checks, more than half, involved a suicidal suspect yelling. So you see that these are people that they're in great distress. And so your welfare checks are where force is used tend to be these sort of higher intensity incidents.
Bob, I see a question from Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Mayor. Bob, as we're looking at this is a lot of the data that you talked about gathering, you expose here. But as we're building trust and understanding the justification for force, there's a couple things that aren't exposed here. One is, you mentioned in your force justification scoring, there are things like threat to officer and assault to officer as being big factors there. Is it possible to expose those in the dashboard as well?
Yes. So really anything that we collect data on, let me just go over to this one and see if I've got that there. Yeah, so I have on this next dashboard, I have the level of resistance, but and so you can see that. And so yes, we can, that's an example of, I mean, obviously with 150 different data fields, we don't want to make it too complicated for people, but if there's something that's very important to the council or the community, we can certainly add that. So anything we collect, so we do collect threat levels, 0 to 6. So if you wanted a graph that included threat levels, for example, on this dashboard, we can include that.
Okay, and then related to that, when you're talking about categories where we have none or unknown, those are two very different things. If we know there was no charge, that's very different than we don't know if there was a charge or not. And I definitely want to split those things out.
Yeah, and the problem is that we don't know from reading the report, because they're not going to say in the report no charges were filed or referred. What we do know is that for mental health, so if they're doing an involuntary commitment and there's no charge, we know because they're being taken in for a mental health commitment that was the end result. But for the none or unknown, because they don't say, because it could be that there's further investigation and charges are referred later, or they talk to a witness and they find out something else. So we just don't know. So that's why I say none or unknown, because we don't know. It could be none, it could be unknown, but it's definitely unknown, but it could be none.
Well, at some point within our system, we know we filed charges. So it's just a matter of how we link this information together. It might not in the incident analysis system, but we have that data someplace, and I think that's significant. Thank you.
Yes, and we could, because for the department's internal dashboards, they have all the incident information. So they have the incident number, and so we could do that. I mean, the department would have to do that extra step of going back and looking at all these unknown cases, because they have a list of the cases. So there's 61 cases. So the department could go through and look at each of those 61 cases and let us know what the actual crime charged was, and then we could clean that up. Because I agree that it is a relatively large number, and it will likely generate questions from the community about, well, what's happening here.
Okay, I see a question from Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Bob, for this presentation. I want to piggyback off a couple things that Deputy Mayor asked about. But before I do that, I wanted to ask about the ability to parse the data or filter the data. Can you go back to the first dashboard that you showed us, which I think is the second tab? Yeah. And then do you mind scrolling to the bottom of that dashboard? Okay. And there, under reason for contact and location where force occurred, you showed us how you could, for example, click on dispatch, reason for contact, and that would, filter the data that were shown in the dashboard. Just so I understand, there's no ability then to click under location where the force occurred you're not able to click street and further parse.
Oh
the
yeah.
data?
Oh yes.
Oh, you are. Okay.
You can do as much as you want, right? You can filter this down to the nth degree. You can click on multiple. You can click on the right-hand filters. Absolutely.
Okay, good. You did, that's great. I appreciate that. So that answers that question. And then I did want to piggyback off of Deputy Mayor's comment about the no charges versus unknown. It would be nice. Our legal system does, like you mentioned, and like Deputy Mayor mentioned, at some point our system knows whether charges were filed or not, and it would be great to incorporate that in, if possible. And then my last comment, again, piggybacking off what Deputy Mayor, but I want to go a little bit deeper. What Deputy Mayor was talking about with assaults. So here, for example, under most serious crime charge, we can see that assault is it has the highest percentage of crimes charged, the least with respect to the most serious crime. I think it matters whether that's an assault against a third person or assault against an officer in a use of force scenario, because once we're in a use of force scenario, it seems really easy to me, just as a non-officer, it seems really easy for me to imagine once a use of force scenario arises and de-escalation methods have failed, for it to turn into an assault on an officer because of the resistance, frankly. And I think it matters I think it's going to matter to our public from the perspective of both transparency, accountability, and improvement, whether that's an assault on a third person or assault on an officer. Is there a distinction being made?
So oftentimes we do see specific charges. So assault in the third degree can be an assault on an officer, whereas and that's an assault that wouldn't create serious bodily injury or use deadly force. But I think that, and so oftentimes we'll have these broken down because officers will, like for instance in California, there's a special assault charge just for officers. But for some reason we weren't able to, because for example, if we're not, unless it's sort of named in the charge as an assault on the officer, we will just code it as an assault. And so, but there are other ways we can get at it with the data we have. For example, and in fact on this well, it'll be on the threat. So if we add the threat level, so that's what was the subject doing just before the officer used force. So if the subject assaulted the officer before the officer used force, we have that data regardless of whether or not there was a charge filed specifically for that act. Typically in Washington State, what I find is that officers, they take a bruising before they would refer. Most agencies don't refer to assault 3 charges because the prosecutor generally doesn't file them unless it's a really serious injury. So they may file it as an assault 4, which could be anything. So that's why you don't see that sort of broken down there. But we do have data on officers who were assaulted before they used force. We also have data on the level of resistance. And so if the subject struck the officer or used any weapon against the officer, we have those numbers that I can show you on the next dashboard.
Okay. I mean, I think if it was a question for me, it's going to be a question for some members of our public. And even if the number of assaults that are assaults on officers is extremely low for some of the reasons you mentioned, because of the way it's reported by the officer who's reporting the incident. Even if it's low, then that tells from a standpoint of transparency and accountability, it tells the council, city manager's office, and the command of the department and the public, something about that. So that would be I guess I would say that would be an enhanced feature I'd like to see at some point. And then can you go, I'm sorry, I have one more comment. Can you go back to the first?
Could I just say one thing here on this slide? So from this is the level of resistance. So aggressive resistance is when the subject is striking or kicking or biting or spitting on the officer. So 20% of the officers were assaulted physically, and then 3% of incidents were assaulted with a deadly weapon. So that's the number that we would be looking at, even if the officer didn't refer a specific charge, for assaulting the officer.
Okay. And just one follow-up comment or question about that. Disorderly conduct, I think on the very first dashboard you showed us, the second tab, you showed us a percentage of disorderly conduct. I think it's the second tab. Not the third tab. Did I?
Is this the second tab? Are you talking about the is this like the crime disorderly here? Disorderly conduct is the most serious for 9 incidents.
I think he's frozen.
Oh, I'm afraid you're right. Okay. Well, he gets himself sorted out. Let's go to Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thanks, Bob. I think you're right in that there's so much to see here, right? This is, I feel like I could play around with this all day and have lots more questions. And I feel like I'm learning so much just looking through this. So Chief Harris, I feel like this is a really good educational tool for the public too, right? And so I wonder, can you hover over some of, for example, the most serious crime charge that you have right there over the words like assault, mental, theft, like on the words themselves to the left? I wonder if you click on those, does that provide a definition? Or if not, could we have like a hover over? I love the hover over that you have over the data, like over the bars. And I wonder, because some of this terminology, as you're explaining them, Bob, I'm like, oh, that's good to know. Like the general public probably doesn't know how that's defined, right? And so I think that would be really useful for the public, just so that the data that are presented here are crystal clear to folks, right? I think that'll really help with that. And I have another, just a couple specific things, and then I have a more general question. I agree with the comments on none/other, and I wonder, depending on the timing of things, if that's something that we're still working out internally as to, how to analyze those data, and so we can really parse that out. I would love to see that perhaps as like a separate thing underneath of it, right? That's really clearly called out and really footnoted, just to really clarify for folks, because there were so many questions here that council members had that I think that I agree with Deputy Mayor and Councilmember Black that the public is bound to have questions on that. And the other, I guess, just comment or question I have about the most serious crime charge is I noticed that we have a bar for mental, right? And I feel like from the public's perspective, seeing this, being in mental health crisis is not a crime to be charged with. And so I feel like that doesn't really fit under this heading. So similarly, I would love to see like either the heading change to be more appropriate for the list that's there, or to have like a separate, a thick line or something, and then that bar underneath of it. So it's clearly differentiated from the crimes that are listed. Otherwise, I think that is not very sensitive. And then my kind of my more general question is, like I said, this is a lot of really great information. Not to mention the fact that I think it'd be really fun to play around with this and click on a bunch of stuff and learn about that. So I'm curious, I just want to make sure I understand as far as feedback on this and our plan moving forward. I personally would love more time to look around this, to have, on my own time to kind of click through it. So we're going to have the ability to do that and then come back and have another study session or another time to really share our thoughts and feedback on the dashboard. I'm assuming that's the case, but I just want to make sure that I understand, because I can just withhold all of the little feedback I have, right? Because I'm sure there's going to be a lot more that all of us have.
Madam Mayor, if I could interject, our plan is to get this embedded in the city's website tomorrow. and then allow everyone to give feedback just like this. And then for February 1st, council meeting, come back with a deeper dive, and Bob would be there to provide additional analysis on Kirkland data specific. And I'm not sure that I've written down some of the suggestions. I'm not sure that we can get that all changed by tomorrow. Definitely we'll be looking at our use of force data collection and what we're including in that software program and with the incident reports and what can be paired with the arrest reports and that follow-up. NIBRS often is updated several years after an arrest has occurred for the adjudication. So, and certainly right now with COVID, that's certainly a problem that we have where cases aren't being charged. We're referring them to the prosecutor. We don't know. So I definitely want to look into that further and see how we can explain that better. And or get the information.
Thank you. That's really helpful. I wonder then, just a follow-up question to that, with posting it on the city's website tomorrow, is the plan to let the public know that this is kind of in draft form, right? That we're still working on it and that we're asking for their feedback. I think that would be helpful. I assume that's the plan. Okay. Thank you so much.
And I see that Councilmember Black is back. You're on mute.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had one on the second tab, the dashboard that appears on the second tab. I had a question about a similar question to the assault charge with respect to the somewhere is shown. I thought it was here that disorderly conduct was one of the. Maybe that was on the.
Yeah, I think the only place with disorderly conduct is on the crimes charged, and then there's disorderly conduct here. I think that's the only place it appears.
Okay, I kind of swore I saw it somewhere else. Maybe I saw it in the earlier in the presentation. I think that's what it was, and so it was in the presentation, not on the dashboards.
Correct.
And that's where the same kind of question came up: a disorderly conduct charge based on behavior that was occurring and being witnessed, and perhaps there were victims of it who were third parties. Versus disorderly conduct that arose, upon our first responders responding to the call. Again, I don't know if there's a breakdown between disorderly conduct in those two scenarios, but again, it would be similar to assault. It would be, I think, because I have the question, I think our public's going to have that same question. So, I'll just add that to the what I said earlier about assault, and then. Madam Mayor, are we going to have any further? Is this we're wrapping up comment? Am I correct?
No, well, you missed this part, but Sherry just announced that this is going live tomorrow.
Yeah.
For testing and for additional feedback. So I'm assuming, Sherry, that meant additional feedback from us as well.
Yes, absolutely.
I would definitely appreciate your feedback as we plan for answering questions for February 1st.
Great. Well, let me make one overarching comment, really for Chief Harris. In the memo we received, we talk about early warning system that we have, and I just want to highlight that our early warning system really focuses on the officer. His or her conduct, his or her training, whether he or she, conformed to their training, and whether he or she needs further training. I think that is certainly an important question to ask, and it's important that we have an early warning system for that. But what I would say, and I would say this to Chief Harris, and I would say this to our officers, we should also be looking at the scenarios, the types of calls, the types of crimes, types of locations. The question shouldn't also always be specific to the officer. It should also, I would really like us to see at some point be able to take the data that we're gathering and presenting and have an early warning system for types of crimes and calls that are leading to use of force, and particularly unreasonable use of force, and particularly high use of force. And I think one that would really, where you would raise a red flag is if you had less than serious crimes that nevertheless are leading to frequent resistance by suspects or subjects, and then are leading to a high likelihood of use of force, you would want to flag those every bit as much as you'd want to be flagging officers. In fact, one of the things we learned from Bob is that our officers who are making the most arrests are going to have the most incidents of use of force. So, and he highlighted that we would want to make sure our early warning system took that into account. I would also like our early warning system to take into account the types of scenarios that are leading, because I think that's every bit as important. And I think there's data out there from the Center for Police Equity, and they host the National Justice Database. And they, the professor of African American Studies and Psychology, who's co-founded that, he's looked at the fact that really we could be moving the needle even further if we're looking at the types of crimes and types of calls and scenarios that are leading to use of force, instead of always focusing on the officers themselves. So we look at the officers and the training, certainly, but we also look at the scenarios. I think that's equally as important.
Well, one thing to bear in mind is that you're only looking at a very small fraction of the data and the dashboards that the department has available to them internally. They have over 50 dashboards, and exactly the type of analysis and description that you're talking about, the department can currently perform on their dashboards with the use of force data. So you can look at all of those scenarios. We have different risk metrics for different types of behavior. You can categorize, areas of the city, types of subjects, types of behaviors, in all. So it's a wealth of information, and they can do that all internally.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So in, where we describe in the memo the use of force, our current reporting and review procedures, I think if we're doing that type of analysis, we should include that in what we describe. I think we as council members, members of the public, we would like to know that that we're also looking at this, scenarios, because that's going to tell us, how we might change our process and procedures to just reduce the number of situations in which we're putting our officers in situations where it's going to lead to frequent resistance and the high likelihood of use of force, especially if there's some scenarios that are going to absolutely require that and justify that. But there might be some others where we can make small changes in how we operate as a department, as a city, and avoid unnecessary use of force. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I just had a couple comments, not about the data, but just about the use. I don't know if you're done with your presentation yet, and I should save my comments, or how much additional presentation do we have?
The only thing I was going to do is just do a brief explanation of the last dashboard that you haven't seen yet, just so that you'll be aware of it.
Okay, Mayor, I'd like to save my comments just after we're done with the dashboard. I want to take it up a level afterwards.
Okay.
Thanks.
So the last dashboard is really focusing on the officers. And so we want to know that the type of force that the officers used, and this is per incident. So we see that almost 2/3 of the incident involve only physical force. 23% of the incidents involve only the pointing of a firearm. And weapons are rarely used. So 4% of the incidents involved a weapon only, and 10% of the incidents involved both a weapon and physical force. We have the number of officers who were present on scene when force was used, and the number of officers who used force. So you see that almost half the incidents, only one officer used force. And then we have all the details on the types of physical force and the types of weapons that are used. So anything from grabbing, pulling, using weight to hold the subject down, takedowns, wrestling. Wrestling is a protracted struggle between the officer and the subject, usually on the ground. Pain compliance, joint manipulation, pushing. Not many strikes, any kind of strike, either knee, leg, elbow, hand. Hair hold it's usually not an official tactic, but when an officer uses usually a person with long hair to control them, we count that as a hair hold. And then you did have, over the last 5 years, 6 neck restraints. And obviously those have been banned by the state legislature, so we won't be seeing those in the future. And then in terms of weapons, we see, I mean, this is one thing, I mean, we haven't talked about any of the comparative dashboards or work that we're doing with the other agencies, but Kirkland PD has a very low rate at which they use weapons. Officers use weapons, less lethal weapons, very rarely. So normally in Washington State, we see a much higher percentage of the use of tasers, but only 7% of incidents involve the taser. Canines also relatively low. Some agencies don't have canine units, but agencies that do have canine units tend to have a little bit higher percentage, and really not much. I mean, pepper spray only used, twice in the last 5 years and so forth. So we generally, Kirkland is generally looking at mostly physical force and pointing of a weapon when they're dealing with force incidents. And then we have the again, the level of resistance. And then here we see the officer injuries, 12%, and subject injuries, and then the restraints that are used, whether leg restraints or spit hoods. And so one of the things that we can do is, if there are, let's look at female subjects. So with female subjects, you can see that they're more likely than male subjects to have only physical force use. So 74% of all use of force on females are physical only, and very rarely are weapons used. Only one incident involved physical force and a weapon, and then 2 incidents of weapon only. So there were a couple of canine bites, and then there was impact weapons. So tasers were never used against female subjects. And then we can also see the difference in the profile. So we actually see that females didn't use any weapons against officers, but they tended to be more physically aggressive than male subjects. So 32% involved aggressive resistance. And then the injury rate for female subjects was a little bit below average and a little bit below for males. So again, you can do all the demographics and do all the kind of analysis by the type of weapon and officers as well. So those are all the dashboards.
Okay, Bob, can I take it back to Councilmember Pascal, or did you have anything else?
Nope, I'm done. I've used my 2 hours.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
All right, great. Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I don't have any questions about the data specifically. I wanted to just kind of talk a little bit about the use of the data in the department and kind of in the community. You're a consultant. You're able to kind of bring perspective on how other departments are utilizing this information. And so I'm kind of curious about your thoughts and your opinions about, you've developed this for other departments. So what have you seen? How have you seen those departments use the information? What have they changed? What are some success stories that you'll be able to share? And maybe that's kind of upcoming work that you're planning on doing. I'm not sure. Those are things that I'd be really interested in learning about. So how has this led to changes in departments, changes to practices, changes to training, and just kind of really hear those stories from other departments. So that's something that I'm interested in. And then also I'm interested in how your conversations have gone within the profession, talking with command staff and officers and others. What can you say about what are their concerns about this information being more publicly accessible? What are things that we just need to be mindful of as we kind of, move forward? Not because I'm concerned, but just to be very open and transparent about kind of things that we need to be thinking about. That's all.
And I definitely have some stories, and the question is whether you want me to tell a couple now, or do you want me to wait till the next meeting? Yeah,
it doesn't need to be now. I don't know. I don't know how long the stories are.
Well, I can tell you one quick one that I usually talk about. In San Jose, for many years, San Jose did not have any tasers. And so their officers had to rely on other types of weapons, and they used impact weapons and batons a lot. And the community groups that were focused on police, they were strongly opposed to the department getting tasers. And they just strongly objected to tasers. And there's a number of agencies, particularly in the Bay Area, that do not have tasers. But the chief at the time, Eddie Garcia, was like, I think this is a useful tool. I want my officers to have tasers. He met a huge amount of opposition from the community to implementing tasers. When we came in and looked at the data, we saw very clear patterns. And so as officers started using more tasers, the overall uses of force didn't change, right? They had pretty much the same use of force year after year. But what changed is that as officers started using more tasers, the use of batons went way down. And as the use of batons went way down, the seriousness of injuries went way down. So you didn't see broken bones. You didn't see serious sort of internal injuries that needed hospitalization. Obviously, tasers can cause serious injuries, but for the most part, it's a very minor and transitory pain. And so when we presented that data, that specific data, to these very community groups, they said their response pretty much uniformly was, well, we would prefer that officers don't use force at all. But if they're going to use force, we'd rather have them use tasers than batons. So it completely changed the dynamics of the community discussion around tasers. It didn't, sort of win over the hearts and minds of people because they said, well, we don't want you to be using force, but it changed being able to give people accurate and complete data on what's actually happening. I've seen really sort of transform the discussion. And again, it won't sort of necessarily make people trust the police that don't already trust the police. It won't sort of have those dramatic effects, but at least when you're having those discussions and those debates, you're arguing over facts instead of what your beliefs are.
Yeah, that's helpful. Yeah, I look forward to hearing more about some of your stories. I think that it's very useful. I'll end on one other thing because I know we're running out of time and we probably all want to have some dinner here. In our packet, it talks about review or investigations of use of force. We talk about a force review board. We talk about the early warning system. I'm just wondering, from kind of your experience, what are the different mechanisms or forums that you've seen agencies implement to take action on use of force and kind of investigate, kind of broader investigation? Because I'm sure there's other ways, there's other forms for that departments have used.
Yeah, I think most agencies that have that sort of iPro records management system, they're all doing similar things where every use of force incident is going to be documented and investigated. So you'll have a supervisor that will roll out to the scene. They'll take pictures. They'll interview witnesses. They'll interview the subject if they're willing to speak. And then there will be a chain of command review. So the sergeant will issue their findings and recommendations, and that'll go up the chain, and all of that is sort of recorded in the iPro system. And that didn't used to be that common, in the last 5 or 10 years. I mean, that's pretty much the standard practice now, is any reportable use of force is going to be investigated by the department. And that's really a good thing. The other thing that I really stress, and one of the things that we stress with the data system, I mean, our data system is based on the quality of written reports. And so some officers may use sort of stock language in their reports, and they're not very descriptive or specific. And so when that happens, they tend to not get as good a scores as they might have gotten had they been able to articulate things very well. So sometimes our system can be used to help improve report writing. I I didn't see any glaring, problems with Kirkland, but that's another way it can be used. In terms of early warning systems, I could go on all day about early warning systems. I think they're counterproductive. I don't. There's some companies that claim that they can predict future officer misconduct. I don't believe that, and I haven't seen any data to show that. And what we've found is that they can be counterproductive because you're penalizing officers who have done nothing wrong and are simply, doing their job, but they're doing it more often than other officers. And even things like complaints. I mean, what you want to focus on are not the number of complaints, but the number of sustained complaints. Because officers that have more contact or making more arrests, they're going to have more complaints. I mean, it's just the way it works. And most people who get arrested are not happy about being arrested or have use of force against them and so forth. So you have to look at not just the number of times things happen, but are officers, using excessive force or unnecessary force? Are they engaged in some kind of misconduct? Not how many complaints and how many uses of force they have.
Bob, thanks for kind of explaining all this and all your work on this. It's really helpful. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Sherry, do you have anything to wrap this up?
No, thank you very much for your time. I know this was a long study session, and we're going to do our best to get this link to embedded in our own city website tomorrow. And then bring back the presentation. And if you have any other comments, you're welcome to email me and for suggestions.
Great. With that, we will go ahead and break. Bob, thank you so much. That was a stunning presentation. I think we all want to get in and drive. So see you all in 20 minutes.
I'm very happy to hear your comments at the next meeting.
All right. Thanks.
All right. Bye-bye. Thank you.
We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. We are back in session following a study session on the police use of force dashboard. We are at item number 4 on our agenda, honors and proclamations. A proclamation that we will be receiving today is the Day of Racial Hearing proclamation. I'll be assisted by Councilmember Curtis, City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. We'll be proclaiming January 18th, 2022 as a Day of Racial Healing in the City of Kirkland. The National Day of Racial Healing was established on January 17th, 2017 by the W.K. Kellogg Foundation, and it is observed every year on the Tuesday following Martin Luther King Jr. Day, which is tonight. It's time for communities to come together and take collaborative action on how to heal from the impacts of racism and come together in our common humanity to inspire collective action to create a just and more equitable world.
Thank you. Proclaiming January 18th, 2022 as Day of Racial Healing in Kirkland. Whereas on February 21st, 2017, the City Council adopted Resolution R 5240, declaring Kirkland a safe, inclusive, and a welcoming community for all people. And whereas since adopting R 5240, the city has taken many budgetary and policy actions to make progress towards this goal, but recognizes there is still much more to be done to achieve equity, justice, and inclusion for everyone. And whereas acknowledgement of past injustices can help bring people together around a shared understanding of the ongoing issue of structural racism in order to heal as a community. And although not a comprehensive list, the city has identified the following examples that highlight the history of interpersonal, institutional, and structural racism in the Pacific Northwest. And whereas the Southern Salish Sea region lies on the unceded and ancestral land of the Coast Salish people, the Duwamish, Muckleshoot, Puyallup, Skykomish, Snoqualmie, Snohomish, Squamish, and Tulalip tribes, and other tribes of the Puget Sound Salish people. And present-day City of Kirkland is in the traditional heartland of the Lake people and the River people, who are not alone in being the target of policies and practices by the United States government, its representatives, and the majority of local early settlers, to be systematically dispossessed of ancestral homes to make way for white settlers. And whereas structural and institutional anti-Black racism was present in the Pacific Northwest, then the part of the Oregon Territory, through adoption of Black exclusion laws in the mid-1800s that prohibited Black people from living in the territory for more than 3 years, and which bore the consequence of 39 lashes every 6 months until they left. Whereas approximately 7,390 Americans of Japanese descent from Western Washington and Alaska were forcibly relocated and incarcerated in concentration camps during World War II, an action that was admitted by the US government in 1988 to have been based on racial prejudice, war hysteria, and failure of political leadership. And whereas at least 3 Kirkland subdivisions are known to have been racially restricted through property deed provisions or restrictive covenants put in place in between 1930 and 1947, which restricted the right of ownership, occupancy, conveyance, and/or rental for only those of Caucasian race. And whereas racism and inequality persist in our society today and since the tragic killing of George Floyd by a police officer on May 25th, 2020 in Minneapolis, Minnesota, there have been dozens of protests, marches, and rallies in Kirkland calling for an end to structural racism and for the city of Kirkland to demonstrate that Black lives matter. And whereas on August 4th, 2020, the city of Kirkland passed Resolution R 5434 to ensure the safety and respect of Black people and to create a community that is committed to examining and dismantling interpersonal, institutional, and structural racism in Kirkland. And whereas the city understands and recognizes that there is a racial divide in our country, that we all must work on bridging in order to help heal wounds created by historical and current racial, ethnic, and religious bias. And whereas every person has the capability, excuse me, to make changes within themselves through reflection, learning, conversation about race that can collectively have a profound effect on our entire society. And whereas dedicating ourselves to the principles of truth, racial healing, and transformation can help bring about the necessary shifts in thinking and behavior that will create a community and a country where racial biases and structural racism will no longer plague our society. And whereas racial healing is a vital and crucial commitment to health, safety, and the economic well-being of all people. And whereas the W.K. Kellogg Foundation supports thriving children, working families, and equitable communities, and helped to create the first National Day of Racial Healing in 2017 to further its work and create collective change. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Penny Sweet, on behalf of the Kirkland City Council, join the W.K. Kellogg Foundation and other communities across the nation and proclaim the Tuesday, today, following Martin Luther King Jr. Day, as the day of racial healing in Kirkland, and call upon the people of Kirkland, Washington to promote racial healing and transformation in ways best suited for them individually as a means to work together to ensure a more just and equitable world. Signed this day, 18th day of January 2020.
Thank you. The second item on this piece of the agenda is the Governor's Smart Communities Award. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we are very pleased and honored tonight that we're going to receive the Governor's Smart Communities Award, along with John Paul Wordy from Center Cal Properties and Brendan Hayes from Fairfield Residential for the property at Totem Lake. John Regala, our planning supervisor, is going to do some introductory remarks, and then we have a short video to play, and then we also have some remarks from the state and our partners. So, Mr. Regala, take it away.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, City Council. It's good to be here tonight on this topic. Also on the Zoom call, we do have Valerie Smith with the Department of Commerce to speak further about the Governor's Smart Communities Award. And I think we also have Elizabeth Clibb Martin, who's the Development Director with CenterCal. I would like to begin with a short story. So recently, we have a family friend, son, his name is Noah. So he's a teenager and he goes to the Tesla STEM high school in the Lake Washington School District. And he asked his mom to tell me, to thank me for helping plan the village at Totem Lake. He couldn't stop mentioning like how he loves the Silver Lake Ramen, the Barnes and Nobles, grabbing some boba tea at the Don't Yell at Me place. And he just thinks it's such an amazing place for him and his friends to hang out. And his mom mentioned, he's probably gonna have to work a lot more this summer to to pay for all his expenses at the village. So, and even more recently, our planning and building director, Adam Weinstein, he mentioned at a staff meeting, similar comments that he heard from a friend of a friend that just thought that the village at Totem Lake was such a well-designed project and exhibited great urban design principles. It's walkable, things like that. So it's really nice to hear, such great things about this project that we've worked so long and hard on. And I've worked here at the city now 25 years, and I really can't recall, a project that has created such buzz, activity, and such vibrancy. It really is truly amazing and so transformative given where the project used to be, where the mall used to be. The project itself, a little bit on the details. It is a public-private project, and it consists approximately of 360,000 square feet of commercial, retail, restaurant space, approximately 850 apartment units built over 2 phases. Also includes a movie theater and a public plaza. But the project, I mean, the beginnings of this project really spans 20 years, if you think about it. It started, and I'll just mention some key dates here. So in 2002, the city adopted a comprehensive plan update, which established the vision for this Totem Lake Business District. You know, the following year, it became designated as an urban center. The year after that, the city council adopted zoning regulations, which set forth the extent of the development standards for the project. 2005, the master plan was approved by the Design Review Board. And then in 2006, the city council invested or adopted a resolution to invest $15 million towards public improvements towards the project, which was huge to help this project get underway. And then, of course, in 2008, the recession hit. The project was put on hold. But during that time, the city remained proactive by holding symposiums with major stakeholders in the area. We solicited input from the Urban Land Institute to how to, spur things in the Totem Lake District. And then in 2015, CenterCal entered the picture. And they're the developers that took the project through design review in the following years. And then the other developer, Fairfield, eventually entered the project during phase 2. So given that huge time frame, you're talking 20 years, we've had such turnover with different city councils, planning commission, design review board members, city staff. But the one thing I'd like to say is that at least the vision remained constant, right, through all that time. And I think the key success for that too was the developers that got on board were also part of that vision. They shared that same vision. So I thought that was huge in making this project a reality. And I think with that, I will turn it over to this video. So Cassie, if you're able, can you please play the video?
What this project has been a demonstration of is an incredible opportunity for Kirkland, now and into the future, to continue sort of being able to support the tenets of growth management by building projects like this along major thoroughfares so that we protect our neighborhoods. And that has been a basic tenet of what we do in Kirkland forever. By being able to maintain neighborhoods in their current configurations allows us to have villages like this one that not only protect the other neighborhoods, but become a neighborhood themselves. People, activity, livelihoods. It's alive, it's exciting, and it's not going to go back. The integration of housing over commercial, it's proving itself here, it's proving itself in Redmond. It's what people want. People like being able to walk to the store, being able to walk to services. As we build these 10-minute neighborhoods, people are using them. The younger generation that's coming up now has way different expectations. As you get up here and you feel a vibe. Yeah. The park is one of the funnest parks in Kirkland already. Yeah. This is beyond what the vision was, but so are so many of the things that are happening in Kirkland. We revisited the development agreement and really didn't hesitate to honor the commitments that we made with the development agreement, recognizing that we were going to have to put a whole lot of dollars into both infrastructure and just the whole maintenance of the flood district, all of the work that we did along the freeway. Right. So we've just been investing on an ongoing basis, and we continue to keep winning because of it. We had quarterly lunches at Cafe Veloce.
Right here?
Right here.
Okay.
Where we invited as many people as would come to join us for these Tuesday lunches. I think they were Tuesdays, I don't know. And most of the council would come, and we would simply talk to the business owners and listen to their concerns and tell them where we were going. We would do periodic updates from the planning department, from Public Works. It was such an open, collaborative process because people wanted something to happen. So combining this work with the Cross Kirkland Corridor became this natural symbiosis in terms of creating something at the end of the Cross Kirkland Trail, or as now is in the middle of the Cross Kirkland Corridor. The connections are endless, so people can get here, they can commute back and forth. And this, why wouldn't you want to live next to this park? Being a bike rider is going to be really something here pretty soon as far as all of this project is concerned. You know, the fireplaces draw. I've been to the restaurants, a number of them. They are busy. They are, I just think we have embraced this as a very special part of our community.
So, yeah, thank you, Mayor Sweet, City Manager's Office, and the AT Communications team for putting that together. That was really well done. So each year, the Governor and the Department of Commerce accepts nominations and announces awards for projects that show excellence in planning for growth and economic development. So last summer, the city nominated the Village at Totem Lake as an example of a joint public-private project that implements a comprehensive plan. And with that, I'd like to now turn it over to Valerie Smith with the Department of Commerce to talk more about the award.
Thank you, John. Can you all hear me okay? Great. So as Jen mentioned, since 2006, the Governor's Smart Community Awards program recognizes outstanding planning efforts of local communities and their partners throughout the state to create vibrant and livable communities through achieving the goals of the Growth Management Act and other community development objectives. The awards program is administered by the Department of Commerce, and on behalf of Governor Jay Inslee and Commerce's Director Lisa Brown, I am pleased to present this 2021 Governor Smart Community Award to the City of Kirkland. This award highlights the Governor's commitment to preserving and protecting Washington's invaluable quality of life and recognizes the hard work of our communities, residents, and local officials to make sure we have a clean environment, a healthy economy, and high-quality communities, all attributes that make our great state a wonderful place to live, work, and play. As other presenters will build on, today we are celebrating the City of Kirkland's Village at Totem Lake. This project was highlighted by the judges as a model for others looking to redevelop areas of their communities into sustainable, mixed-use, and transit-oriented development. This public-private partnership implements the goals of the Growth Management Act and serves as an excellent example of innovative and collaborative partnerships that has real benefits to the community and the region. When public and private entities come together to establish and carry out the community's vision for the future, it can attract high-quality jobs and community improvements like transit-oriented development and other affordable housing that benefits all of its residents. Your teams, the committees, and elected officials thoroughly conducted a decades-long transformation of this urban center, and the investment by both private and public will continue to spur further economic development and serve as a vibrant community gathering space. To the City of Kirkland, Mayor Sweet, Deputy Mayor Arnold, City Council members, and Planning Commissioners, congratulations and thank you. Thank you for your commitment to strengthening Washington communities. And a special thank you for the partners involved, including Jean Paul Wardy, CEO of Center Cal Properties, Brendan Hayes, Senior Vice President of Fairfield Residential, and many, many city staff that made this project a success. Congratulations. Back to you, John.
Thank you, Valerie. So let's see, at this point, I would offer any comments from John Paul, Elizabeth, or Brendan.
Thank you very much, John. I just wanted to say very quickly, and I'd like to hand it over to Elizabeth because she really did all of the heavy lifting from the Center Cal side. But we're just so appreciative of all of the work that the City of Kirkland did, we could not have built a project like this without a wonderful partnership from the mayor to city council to our wonderful city manager to all the staff from planning, transportation, the amazing effort that went through our design review process really made this a better project. So we are just so grateful for all of the efforts that went into this project. And we are, I think, as proud as a community of the finished project. So thank you all, and we're very grateful for this award. And I just want to turn it over to Elizabeth for a couple of words. Thank you very much.
Thanks, John Paul. I couldn't agree more. It's such an honor to be able to come together and celebrate this and see everyone again who we've all spoken over the years in the efforts of getting this done. It feels good to be there. I think we can all agree that Totem Lake feels uniquely meant to be. It's welcoming and warm, I think, on a level that we don't always see from developments of this size and the scale. My take on the reason for that is pretty simple. It involves the fact that before diving into development, this group of city personnel and many others who've come before us, alongside Fairfield and CenterCal, put a huge amount of effort into figuring out what were the goals of this community. From then on, all the parties involved tasked themselves with keeping those goals front and center at every decision moment along the way. The result was a village that we feel is distinctly special because it's grounded in the vision of the community that it would one day serve. I have a really quick comment on the next phase. We're transitioning into a vibrant, living and breathing center. That video really showed how far we've come. So that means that it's going to be all the more important that we remain connected to the people of Kirkland in the same way that we were when we kicked off this project. CenterCal, at least, is measuring our success by the extent to which we continue to step up and meet the needs of the community as it evolves. So that's our commitment to you all. We want to ensure that the premise of this award stays just as relevant for all the years to come. Wrapping up, I know probably what everyone's most interested in, all the exciting news. This month alone, we opened 4 new wonderful tenants, including a luxurious spa, which is incredible, a boxing gym, and the happiest bakery cafe you've probably ever been to. It's called the Sweet Side. It's worth a trip. If you're close by, you'll live there, I swear. This spring, we're going to be opening upwards of 10 new retailers and restaurants. So it's going to be an incredibly exciting spring. And it never could have happened without the cooperation of everybody who's here, everyone who's been involved with this project. It's been a true partnership. And so we want to thank you all sincerely for the part that you played in realizing the vision of the village at Totem Lake.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, Jean Paul, and Valerie. This is amazing. Okay.
Also have Fairfield.
Is Fairfield? Didn't see him. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mayor, Penny, and members of the council. Yeah, Fairfield is quite excited and pleased with the process that we've gone through and the project itself. Thank the state and the city and CenterCal for the opportunity and for this award highlighting this project. And this is, I would say, one of the more complex developments that we have kind of undertaken and basically completed here. And it really took a combination of a lot of factors. And John certainly outlined a list of all the processes that preceded our involvement, which allowed us to succeed in this, with this community. And I think, from a company standpoint, this is going to be highlighted. I know in a lot of our materials that that we present for many, many years, because it's I think it's a striking development. We're certainly biased because we were involved, but I think that's a reaction of a lot of people here, and it really kind of checks the boxes. Kind of echoing what it's kind of work, live, play. There's certainly it's a job-rich area. You've got transit. All those types of opportunities are are there. So just wanted to say thank you. And you know, I think looking at this also, it's really, you know, after the initial openings there, but, you know, most of it has also kind of been operating since, you know, we've had various COVID restrictions. So to me, I think it's been a success already. And the you know, just the upside for this and the opportunity here, kind of as we move forward, it will be fantastic. So we're really excited about you know, where we are now and the future of this you know, it's a community. So thank you.
Thank you, Brendan, for letting your voice. Well done, everybody. Okay, with that takes us to item number 5, communications, and 2 items from the audience. This is the time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters that are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing, of which there are none scheduled this evening. Because of current social distancing requirements related to COVID-19 that are still in effect at the City of Kirkland, members of the public cannot participate in person at tonight's meeting. However, the public may still comment by Zoom or telephone. For those members of the community or of the public who are joining us by phone or on Zoom, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments on both sides of each issue. If you're participating by Zoom, please click in the participants box to raise your hand to be recognized. For those participating by phone, dial *9 to be recognized to speak. In addition, if you are participating by Zoom but do not wish to speak, you're encouraged to watch the City Council meeting by live stream through the city website. Thank you. Okay, I think that brings up Scott Brady. Welcome, Mr. Brady.
Thank you very much, Mayor Sweet. I'm rejoining you today to talk about the nuisance burning packet that I sent over about a week ago. No, actually, I sent it about 2 weeks ago now. I think you guys received it about a week ago, and hopefully you've had a chance to review it. I'd like to go ahead and share something here in a moment, but I want to just stress that I'm not just reaching out for myself, but on behalf of several other members of the community that have reached out to me. One of which shared with me that their nuisance burning complaints were ignored to the point where they had gone to that neighbor and offered to buy them a new furnace, replace parts of their house, worked with various charitable organizations to get them back up and running in a way that they didn't need to burn, and they were effectively blown off. And when they complained to the city and the state, they too, like me, were, well, blown off. I know we can do better. And I know that you're all listening to me and you're not just going to ignore what I have to say tonight. And on that note, I'm going to go ahead and share here, and I'm going to have a video running in the background so you can see what it is that I get to deal with on a regular basis. This was just from a couple of days ago. This is standing on my deck, having smoke blowing on me. And this goes on all times of year. You can see that's the view down the side of my home. Should give you an idea of perspective. There's not much here to buffet, to block anything that hits me from this constant burning that goes on year round. Spring is right around the corner. And I have good recordings of me getting smoked out while I was trying to refinish my deck in the spring. And it went on all year to the point where I didn't even bother to spend much time out there. And it's just, we can do better. I'm hoping that you'll do better. Help me to solve this problem. And, you know, I don't want to have to take legal action against anyone. I think it's a waste of time and money. And I think that there's got to be some method of enforcement to resolve this problem that you see on the screen.
Oops.
I stopped sharing intentionally. Sorry about that. I should have warned you that I was stopping sharing. I apologize. Now, I have offered my contact information to the city, and I'd like to hear from the city to hear what's going to happen next about nuisance burning and the ways that this will be enforced. I made some strong recommendations that can be used to curb my immediate issues. Moreover, the people of Kirkland need to know that when we make a complaint to the city about nuisance burning, that it isn't going to become a my freedoms issue as long as people are burning whatever the hell they want in a wood stove inside their home. Many people have come before the city council requesting that the use of gas-powered lawn equipment be permanently banned in the city of Kirkland. I think the city has widely decided that that's not a great idea. But if we're willing to make the effort.
Mr. Brady, I'm going to have to cut you off because your time is up.
Thank you.
And I am going to, I don't know if anyone has followed up with you. Someone will. City manager?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the fire marshal and the fire chief are evaluating the presentation, and we'll be reaching out to you very quickly.
Thank you. I've been in contact with the fire marshal, and I hope that we continue that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. Okay, that brings up Betsy Hummer. Welcome, Ms. Hummer. You are muted.
Thank you very much. I'm Betsy Hummer. I'm currently serving as the East Bellevue Community Council Chair. And thank you for welcoming me to your meeting. Mayor Sweet, Deputy Mayor Arnold, council members. It's come to our attention that Representative Larry Springer of the 45th District recently introduced House Bill 1769 to artificially sunset community councils. At the regular business meeting of the East Bellevue Community Council on January 4th, 2022, East Bellevue Community Council, consisting of myself, Vice Chair Ron Epstein, alternate Vice Chair Hassan Dhananjaya, Councilmember Chiho Lai, and Councilmember Steve Kastner, took a position to oppose this legislation. East Bellevue Community Council requests that Kirkland City Council not support Larry Springer's House Bill 1769. RCW 35.14 established community councils at the state level. It is the reason voters in East Bellevue finally agreed to annex to the city of Bellevue. RCW 35.14 already contains a sunset clause. Every 4 years, constituents vote to continue the community councils or not. It is up to the voters. In November 2021, over 82% of the constituents of the voters in East Bellevue voted for continuance of the East Bellevue Community Council. For over 20 years, a statement of opposition has not been filed in the voters' pamphlet for the East Bellevue Community Council. Constituents in East Bellevue has chosen to have EBCC be their final vote on certain land use and zoning issues in their neighborhood. East Bellevue Community Council makes up less than 10% of the city of Bellevue's population, but is home to over 20% of the subsidized low-income housing. Because of its lower property values, it's a target for developers who scrape reasonable homes and put in $3 million homes, making it less than in other places of Bellevue, but still unattainable for people in our jurisdiction, for regular homeowners. I request that Kirkland City Council just not actively support House Bill 1769, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. The next person up is Margaret Bull. Are we bringing Margaret in?
We are.
Welcome, Ms. Bull.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I know you're proposing to purchase the property where PCC is currently. I really hope you can do this and make it a recreational space. I feel the children at Lakeview and ICS and Emerson and all those different school children really could use an after-school place for recreational activities. North Kirkland Community Center and even the community center downtown Kirkland, they're just too far away for children to go easily. So I really hope you do consider the proposal of purchasing this property and really move forward to making it a recreational space, but also retain some parking, because a 10-year-old can't drive, so someone has to pick them up. And I really think that's important for traffic flow, that whole idea is taken care of adequately. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I see no more hands raised. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council at this time? Seeing none, I will declare this items from the audience period closed. Takes us to item 7, special presentations, and King County Council Member Claudia Balducci. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. We just need a second to get her presentation up, but we are very honored tonight to have King County Councilmember Claudia Balducci, who represents District 6 at King County, which includes large portions of Kirkland as well as Bellevue. And she was recently reelected chair of the King County Council, and she's going to provide us with her quarterly update of all things going on at King County. So welcome, Chair Balducci.
Welcome, Council Member.
Thank you so much, Mayor Sweet, council members, Mr. City Manager, and congratulations on that wonderful presentation about Totem Lake. It's been such a dream of the cities for so long, and so much planning has gone into that. It's really wonderful to see it coming to fruition. All right, we were standing in the wind when we took this picture. Let's move on to the next slide, please. I'm going to very quickly go through sort of what's going on at King County, what we've been up to last year and next year, with an emphasis on things I know are of importance to the city of Kirkland. It's a report I like to give to you all at least once a year. I know you've been at this for a long time. I'm going to go very fast. Last year, as in 2020, we focused heavily on responding to the COVID-19 pandemic and increasingly attempting to support our region through an equitable recovery. We appropriated more than almost $800 million in COVID-19 relief and recovery, including supporting vaccination efforts, public health responses like quarantine sites, education, testing, many pass-through dollars to support hard-hit industries like the arts, entertainment industry, et cetera. One thing I do want to call out is there was a really sort of groundbreaking new integrated program funded at $40 million that promotes economic recovery by connecting people experiencing homelessness with both rental assistance and access to jobs at King County or other agencies that we partnered with to try to give people a lift up out of homelessness. We also put quite a lot into childcare grants, housing and homeless relief efforts, and more. We also focused on making our recovery equitable, including starting a Black, Indigenous, and People of Color Resiliency Fund to help communities that were already hurting get a boost in the recovery. And one effort that was very close to my heart, I worked closely with leaders from immigrant and refugee communities to understand their unique needs. This was a group of people who were largely left out of all of the relief funding, but were hit very hard by the pandemic. And working with these partners, we secured over $11 million for a relief grant program to support immigrants and refugees who were excluded from other emergency relief funds. And I also sponsored a $5 million pilot project that will help immigrants who are eligible for citizenship or other immigration relief to pay the significant fees and costs associated with seeking that legal status. And I know that this is consistent with the Cities for Citizenship initiative that Kirkland is a part of, so I'm excited to see how that works out. Of course, the pandemic is not done. With Omicron surging, we'll continue providing the public health response. We received an update today from Public Health that, as predicted, it looks like the Omicron cases have peaked and started to decline in King County, but indicators like hospitalizations, which of course come after cases, continue to rise. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Next slide, please. Housing and homelessness is a huge focus of our work and will continue to be in 2022. I know this council is keenly aware that in East King County, we need more housing of more types in more places, and we need to continue to cover the full range of shelter needs in King County. Just a few topics. After over a decade of work, I was so proud to be able to be at the Congregations for the Homeless celebratory groundbreaking last week. I was proud to help facilitate the sale of surplus county property in Bellevue to build that first and what will be the only permanent men's shelter in East King County when it opens. I want to share my appreciation for the support from Kirkland via Arch that helps to make this happen, and Councilmember Falcone, who spoke so eloquently at the groundbreaking. So thank you for you as well. In 2020, we made progress on the King County Regional Homelessness Authority. This is a new organization, as you know. It grew from 1 to 32 last year. We just passed their first full budget. They've taken over management of more than 250 contracts for services. So the transition of our collective regional homelessness services is in full swing right now. And we're working steadily towards sub-area plans, including an East King sub-area plan that will be made in conjunction with cities and nonprofit and other partners that will roll up into a regional plan that will be where we make a real difference in homelessness. You may have read about the challenges with the one-night count, and the Regional Homelessness Authority decided finally to just sort of say what we've all known for years, that it is a dramatic undercount, and to look for new and more justifiable ways to count the problem. And so we'll continue to work on that, but we know that it is probably quite a bit larger than we have thought over the years that it has been. And the first step to solving a problem is to understanding it. And so it's better to understand it than to stick our head in the sand. We continue to work on Health Through Housing, which is the hotel conversions to permanent supportive housing, which will bring up to 1,600 people in chronic homelessness off the streets and into permanent housing. So far, we've purchased 8 properties, including the one in Redmond. We're working towards purchasing 2 to 3 more and opening all of those facilities this year. I'll also continue my work chairing the Affordable Housing Committee this year. A big thing that we have going on is we are going to continue to work on countywide planning policies that will implement new state law. Department of Commerce will give the county a number of county-wide need for housing affordability, which we hope to work in partnership with our GMPC partners like the cities to create local goals that will then become part of comprehensive planning in 2024. And of course, we continue to work on individual projects which add up to a whole lot of affordable housing units all over King County. In 2021, Sound Transit announced a large partnership project using excess land next to the Operation and Maintenance Facility East at the Spring District Light Rail Station. And this one I can truly say is my baby, since I negotiated it for Bellevue and Sound Transit and then saw it through to implementation. So I'm very proud of those over 300 units that we'll see coming out right next to transit. Next slide, please. This year at King County, we will be implementing the voted public safety measures that were put into our charter 2 years ago, appointing our first appointed sheriff since switching back to an appointed sheriff, and working on implementing recommendations from our Public Safety Advisory Council, which consisted of advocates, contract cities, and other stakeholders to help us make sure that public safety at the sheriff's office is effective, efficient, and equitable. Next slide, please. Regional planning proceeds at pace, and you are well represented at the Puget Sound Regional Council by several people here. We'll be finalizing our first ever housing strategy. If you went to PSRC 10 years ago and asked, what are we doing about housing? They'd say, we don't do housing. But housing is a problem for our regional plan, so we're going to be implementing that this year. And of course, doing our 10-year major update to the regional transportation plan to update that timeframe from 2040 to 2050. Personally, as I look at that plan, my big priorities are to make sure that we're being serious about our climate goals and that we are looking at safety, because serious injuries and accidents on our systems have been going in the wrong direction for several years now. Next slide, please. Mobility, I know, is always a really big topic that people care about. A few things. First of all, in response to some really fantastic and very persistent advocacy from a constituent here in Kirkland, Tanya Dempsey, you may know her. In June, we passed and implemented a plan to provide all Puget Sound area youth here in King County, ages 6 to 18 years, to get their first youth Orca card online at no charge, instead of having to buy them or pay $5 via mail. You can just go online and get a free Orca card. It's a small thing, but we hope to make lifelong transit riders of our youngest riders over time. In the world of Metro, we updated all our policies and plans last year. The strategic plan, the long-range plan called Metro Connects, the service guidelines, et cetera. And I advocated successfully to restore funding for the next phase of Rapid Ride K planning, which is the line that will serve Kirkland, so that stays on track. It's still a few years out, but without that funding, even the planning would have paused. And I'm hoping that we can accelerate the implementation of that very important bus service. We're also working very hard, and when I say we, here I mean Metro. Metro is working very hard with Sound Transit on coming up with the reorganization of the bus system so that it works well with Link Light Rail, which is scheduled to open, if you can believe it, in about 18 months. And then finally at Sound Transit, at Sound Transit, we are getting set to approve a contract to begin engineering and then ultimately construction of the 85th Street station. I want to appreciate Councilmember Pascal for attending and testifying at our System Expansion Committee last week. We're really excited to see that project get underway. And East Rail, known in Kirkland as the Cross Kirkland Corridor, opened a new trail segment at King County that runs from about I-90 in Bellevue South to about VMAC. It's wonderful, flat, wide. I encourage you to get out there and use it if you haven't yet. And we also achieved funding for the 520 connection, among other things, which will be a public-private partnership with East Rail Partners. They are going to deliver the project so they can do it less expensively and faster, and it should be completed this summer. Next slide, please. I know that climate change is one of Kirkland's big priorities. It is ours as well. Last year, we passed an update to our King County Strategic Climate Action Plan, which is a pretty thorough look at how we work internally and externally to both reduce our carbon emissions and to be resilient to climate change, which is already underway. I personally sponsored amendments to make sure that we think about what resources we need to implement the plan, because it came without funding, and also to have some reporting and accountability to make sure our efforts are working. And I think I've reported on this before, but I did also introduce and get passed a climate action toolkit. I recommend it for your review. I know Kirkland probably doesn't need it, but many smaller cities could definitely benefit from the help that a toolkit would provide. So we made one of those. And as we've seen increased water flows, I mean, look out the window. The climate change is going to test our system in many ways in the coming years. We're going to have to seriously grapple with the need to make major new regional investment in storm and sewer water conveyance and treatment facilities, an issue I know Mayor Sweet tracks very closely and contributes to more than almost any elected official. So that work will be ongoing. Next slide, please. I'm not going to read these to you, but we have a whole bunch of investments that we make, that we're able to make from King County. We gave grants for all of these activities and more this year. If you're interested in anything in particular, I'd be happy to share. Next slide, please. And before I let it go to questions, the wind stopped. See what happened by the end there? Just three additional things I want to touch upon. First of all, I was so delighted this year to offer a Martin Luther King Jr. Lifetime Service Award to your city manager, Kurt Triplett. I believe the entire council was there on the Zoom call when we did it, but just for the public's sake, this was to recognize his outstanding and really unmatched efforts in the early days of the COVID pandemic when it hit Kirkland so hard, so fast. And how he just dedicated himself to getting this community and through it, but also setting a leadership model for the rest of us to benefit from it. That was a wonderful event. Since I'm here, I also live in the East Bellevue Community Council area, and I have lived here for 30 years. I recently put out a statement just stating my position on the proposal to sunset the community councils. I'm happy to answer whatever questions you have, but suffice to say, I agree with this council that after 50 years of incorporation, the purpose of having the community councils, which was to help ease incorporation and prevent too much change too quickly on newly incorporated areas, has long since been met. And what we're left with now is a structure that essentially just blocks things that need to happen and does it in one part of the city and not the rest of the city. So here in Bellevue, our community council recently vetoed a land use code update that our city council worked on for a couple of years with intensive community input, to say where and under what conditions in the city you could cite a homeless shelter. And the East Bellevue Community Council vetoed that, which is akin to saying legislatively, just not here, not in my backyard. You can put it anywhere else in the city. It's not fair, it's not equitable, and I really think it's time for us to figure out how to work together as single cities. And I say that as an elected official who serves on a city council, but also as a resident who lives in one of these areas. And then finally, I know that I can't get through a meeting with the Kirkland City Council without talking at least a little bit about the siting of the East Side Transfer Facility, NERTS, Northeast Transfer Facility. And there's still a lot of review going on. I was pleased to see Solid Waste Division expanding the number of alternatives they're looking at, because we need to have a very broad and fair balancing of options before selecting one. But I never think to put this on my slides because it's not coming to the council yet. However, I am tracking it closely and happy to help engage if you need representation in that regard. So thank you. I probably went way too long, and I really appreciate all your time tonight.
I think it's because you're so busy. Great report. And you have been wonderful about keeping it involved in the station area planning and the transfer station. So council, questions or comments for Claudia?
Can I just ask to take down the slide? It's weird looking at my picture like that.
Oh yeah, I get it.
Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Claudia, for the update, and thank you for all your work. I had some questions, but they were covered in your slides, from housing to homelessness, from transportation to climate. We really appreciate your leadership. It is really showing results throughout the county and here in Kirkland as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor.
Any other questions, comments? Looks like you did a beautiful job again.
Well, thank you. And I really appreciate your time. As I said, you know where to find me if you ever need me.
We do.
Thanks so much. All right.
Have a good evening. Okay, this takes us to the second special presentation, our snow response report. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're going to give a brief snow response report this meeting, and then at a future meeting, we'll have a much more comprehensive one. So I've asked the staff to focus primarily on the neighborhood streets and a few other topics. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce Julie Underwood, our Public Works Director, who's going to kick it off. And we also have Glenn Akramoff, who's our interim streets manager, who helped oversee the event itself. So Julie.
Welcome, Julie.
Hi, Mayor Sweet, members of the council. I am pleased to be here with you along with Glenn to present a really brief snow response update. Let me tell you a little bit about Glenn. So back in, I would say, late October, early November, Glenn kicked off, he was brought on as a consultant. He kicked off a street and grounds assessment for us. And right about that time, our streets and grounds manager took another position. He moved out of state. And we were so fortunate that Glenn was available to step in as our interim manager. And what's great about that is Glenn's background and experience. He has over 30 years of operations and maintenance experience. I love his story. I love that he started in the city of Olympia as a meter reader. I mean, he boots on the ground. He really knows operations. And I think that has really, really made him very relatable to our crews. He has worked, as I mentioned, in Olympia. He's worked in Covington, Normandy Park, Sammamish. He's been an operations manager, infrastructure manager, public works director, director of organizational development, and lo and behold, even a city manager. So Glenn comes with a lot of great experience. We've been very fortunate that he's been here actually for our storm season. So Glenn has a handful of slides. He's planning to go through this in about 5 or 6 minutes and really hoping to answer any questions that you might have. So Glenn.
Welcome, Glenn.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Underwood. Let me bring up the slideshow real quick and we'll get started. Wanted to thank you for that introduction. And it's been an honor to be a part of the team here at Kirkland. So we're going to talk a little bit tonight about our snow and ice response. I want to go over real quick kind of our general approach and what some of the goals are. And we'll talk a little bit about the latest event. And then we'll just tease a little bit of our after action, which we'll bring back in the near future. So our philosophy, we certainly want to concentrate on getting our public safety personnel to the public. That is the number one priority, especially when it's snowing. We want to keep those main routes open and get them to whoever needs them. We also know and understand the public's need to get places. One of the things that my experience tells me, particularly in Western Washington, is our folks that live here are patient for about 48 hours with our snow and ice response. After that, they need to get places and we need to help them. There is a risk and reward with this, with what we're doing. It is a dangerous thing for our staffs to do. And we have places, as you know, in Kirkland that are very hilly and are dead ends at the top or the bottom of those dead ends, very hilly. So we have to be careful with our equipment. We also know that it's life or death at times, and our workers take risks to do there. And our team never quits trying to respond. So our priorities, first is the emergency responders. We need to get them where they need to go, and they communicate with us very well in Kirkland. Then we definitely are working on those priority routes to keep them drivable, and then we go through the rest of the list. When you're talking about drivable, that is always a variable definition depending on who is driving, of course. But what we're looking to do is to make it so your vehicle will function. That's our drivable. Will it slip at times? Yes, that's inevitable in some places, but we want to make sure you can get through the roadway. That's our definition of drivable. Wanted to talk briefly about Western Washington. Western Washington has some unique conditions, and I've been doing snow fights here for over 30 years now, and none of our events are predictable. They're all different. They all take a different tone. And like the other one, the one we just had, we actually had 3 events in one. Two snowstorms and some rain mixed in the middle. So when you look at these 2 pictures, they're not in Kirkland, but they're actually taken from the same site looking a little different direction. And this is what, they were taken 2.5 hours apart. And the one in the daytime was taken first. So you can see a little snow makes a lot of difference here, and we freeze up. We have the thaw freeze issue that is really, it's not unique to Western Washington, but it's our main characteristic. I also want to highlight I'm going to talk a little bit about how we plow in a minute, but when you look at the one on the right, picture on the right, you see that on the edges, it looks a little like oatmeal. That is the goal of what we're trying to get to, all of us in Western Washington. We're trying to get to that oatmeal substance because it's less slick than any of the icing surfaces. Let's see. So real quick, these are our goals. Keeping injuries down. I just read yesterday that over 100,000 people in the country get injured every year in snow and ice accidents, and over 1,300 traffic deaths due to it. So it is a big challenge. And of course, economic life definitely is part of our mission. So when we respond, we respond. These are the vehicles and the kind of the things we have to respond. We have 13 snow plows, 10 are assigned to the roads, 3 to parks. Parks actually takes care of all the city facilities and does a wonderful job with that. We have sanders in most of them, and we have 2 de-icer anti-icing tanks that go in a couple of the smaller trucks. We have loaders and backhoes that actually help us put stuff in. We can use them for snow and ice, but they're not as effective. And then we have 50 assigned personnel from Public Works and another group of around 20 from Parks that respond. Of course, we also do so we try to do 8-hour shifts, but we cover 24/7 during the storm. So the materials that we use, sand, de-icer and anti-ice, and salt, they all have their place in the snow fight. One of the things that has come up for the last decade in Western Washington is the environmental impact of each of these. Because we use it so little, the studies are really a hit and miss here in Western Washington. All of the studies have been done in heavy ice zones in the Northeast and upper Midwest, where they use these every day for 6 and 7 months at a time. So I'm looking for some more data on that for sure, and that's something folks are studying here in Western Washington. So phases of the snow removal. This is one of the things that is hard. So I know we had occasionally you'll see some of our snow plows riding with their plow up, and so I'll explain why. First thing we do is pre-treatment. We will do that mostly with liquid de-icer before a storm. Once it starts raining or gets wet and starts snowing on top of it, the de-icer becomes ineffective until later on at the end of the storm and during icing. We can't put it down in the rain because it just washes away, so we usually have a limited window to put that down. For the first phase is that initial plowing where we're out there and it's snowing hard and we're plowing off everything we can. We're just trying to keep the roads open at that point, so we'll usually do the left lane or try to put one travel lane in on a 4-lane road, just to keep the snow off the road. During that time, we will do salt and sand application, but if it stops snowing And we will not put salt and sand down on the first run through because we don't want to plow it off. So we will put it down on the second one. Now, what that does is it starts to cause that oatmeal look. That's what we're looking for. And we'll keep putting it down until we get that. Once we get that, we want to hold that there because it's easier to drive on. Eventually, we'll come back and that we'll lose that. The materials will stop working, and then we'll plow off everything. That's when we're trying to get to the pavement like the picture you see. That's what we're trying to get to with our secondary plowing. Once we get down to this point, and you see in the picture it's all wet because it's during the day, at night that will generally in Washington freeze. So when it freezes, that's when we go into ice control mode and start using the pre-treatment. So these are the 5 main processes, and we repeat this process over and over and over until the storm is done. One of the things I wanted to just kind of mention is that the arterials are much more effective because all of the cars that are on it create heat, and that helps our materials work better and us to get to this bare pavement earlier. Just a quick note on cleanup. We do start cleaning up everything. We keep track of where we're spreading the salt and sand, and so that's where it's heaviest. We go first, and we go in this order. We've been cleaning up since the storm ended, and we've got most of the sand already cleaned up at this point. So our just a quick summary of our last storm started the 26th in the morning hours. It ended on January 5th. We had, like I said, we had 2, maybe 3 separate snow events wrapped into with all the cold temperatures. We had a repeated freeze thaw pattern almost every night. There were a couple nights there was an exception. We got 8 inches of total snow, but it wasn't easy to plow off because it came in such small increments. And then the warm up was very slow, which is not a regular event for us. Normally we get a fast thaw, and that helps everything clean up. And we did not get that, which really impacted in particular our neighborhoods. This is a picture of all the used chains that we used for this event. So we went through a number of them. And I have to thank our fleet team. They did a great job of keeping our vehicles running and keeping the chains on our vehicles and keeping us safe. So they worked 24/7 right alongside with us and did a great job. So you can see we used 300 yards of sand, 800 cubic yards of salt. We used 11,000 gallons of de-icer. I will say normally in a normal event, if we were fully stocked and we didn't have limited supplies incoming, we would have used less de-icer and more salt and sand. Our estimated cost was around $100,000 through the event. We're still finalizing those details. One of the keys is staffing the event. This is all the field folks that worked during the event. There were 43 of them that worked at least a shift. And you can see some of our equipment here. One of the challenges in staffing an event is those vehicles that you see there are CDL, so the commercial driver's licenses are required to drive those. And those are very limited everywhere, and we have a limited amount of people who can drive them. The other part is, of course, COVID does impact. We had a number of people out waiting for tests or with COVID during the event. And of course, vacations during the holidays are always a challenge because a lot of people are out of town. Those are always the challenge. That's the challenge that every one of our neighbors also faced. So it's a regional challenge for us. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about this because we're going to bring a lot of this detail back to you, but we did an after action report and we are working. You can see a number of these things are underway. We're currently working on a number of things right out of the storm. The highlight is the material stocking because we know we need more. But again, you'll see this again in a lot more detail in a future council meeting. And then we have some long-term actions that we're looking at costs and some things that we know we need to do, but they're they're going to take us a little longer to do. So one of the things we talk about that I highlight all the time, and our communications team is fantastic at getting the word out, and that is help us help you. If people are prepared, they help their neighbors. They keep the vehicles out of our way so we can keep everything plowed. Stay at home when they can, and be careful when they can't. That helps us do a great job. So thank you. With that, I'll answer any questions.
Council, questions, comments? Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Glenn, for that presentation. That was really helpful. And thanks for being able to step in and kind of lead during this time of transition. I'm just going to make some comments because we're going to talk about this later. I think I really do want to dig into some of those kind of final slides you had there. I talked about some other options and things to consider. You know, things that I'm thinking about are just our practices of using sand and salt, and how we can stockpile more, so that we can be a little bit more liberal at times. How to shift focus to other areas once our main facilities and priority routes are clear. What options can we be considering on that? And then how to just flex at times when resources are constrained internally, and we have prolonged events, that can be, pretty impactful to the community. Are other communities doing other different things? And if not, that's fine. But I think it's always good to kind of reevaluate. I know we've investigated some of that before, but I think that's been like 3 or 4 years, and it'd be good to relook at some of that stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks, Glenn. Yeah, I'm really glad that you're on board to do this really important work, and that was a great presentation. And just kudos and thank you to all of our first responders, our public works staff, and our park staff that worked so hard. Just seeing that huge group of folks and seeing just the vast number of hours, and you talking about how it's 8-hour shifts, but we have folks going 24/7, and it is dangerous work, and it's really important work. So just wanted to say a huge thank you to all the folks who are out there doing this hard work that we're now talking about in the comfort of our home or office at this point. So I just want to thank that. Also wanted to, you mentioned on one of your slides a point that I would like for us to highlight and talk about a little bit more, perhaps when we come back and talk about that some more. And that is what I mentioned last time, that, we focus a lot on snow removal on streets, right? But there are a lot of folks who walk or bicycle to get around. And one thing that we hear a lot from, folks in the community is that we need more people to remove the snow from their sidewalks, right? And we know that that's the responsibility of the adjacent property owners, but it's something that doesn't always get done. It seems to be, in my experience, and those who have shared their experiences with me, it tends to be the exception that somebody shovels the sidewalk. I know up here in Finn Hill, we live along an arterial, and we shovel, my husband and I and my kids shovel like this pretty large section of sidewalk that we have here. And we get so many folks who are, walking home from the grocery store who just thank us when we're out there, because it's just the exception to have, a safe, clear place to walk. I also know that when there was the school closure and this 2-hour delay with the school district, that one of the reasons cited was unsafe walking routes for kids to get to school and to get to the school bus. So I'd like to see, what are our options as a city to help support that? How can we partner with the school district to help make sure that school walk routes are cleared? Are there, certain property owners that we can help encourage, or is this an effort we can do across the city to help encourage folks? Are there additional places that we should consider snow removal on sidewalks as a city as well? Just want to have that conversation around how we can take that a step further and not just focus on clearing roads for vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis, did you decide not to?
Oh, I want to go. Thank you. Julie and Glenn, I also want to share my appreciation and thank you to the crews. Councilmember Falcone covered some of mine regarding sidewalks. I mean, historically, we will have another snow event in February. So I think it would be really good to proactively communicate to the community that we're anticipating another event. You know, we are restocking and getting prepared for the next event, but also remind them what their responsibilities are and how we can help them. I have connections to Cle Elum and Roslyn, and as you know, they had a pretty significant snow event, buildings collapsing, propane tanks exploding. But what I was really struck by was how the community worked together to support each other, and how neighborhood brigades were going out and clearing sidewalks for senior citizens' homes, and council members were going out and moving garbage cans to accessible locations. So I think that it would be helpful to just sort of prepare people that this is going to happen again, and historically it will continue to happen as we see the changes in our climate. But also consider how we can work together as residents in a community to support each other. So thank you.
Thank you. Good comments. Anyone else? Thank you very much, Glenn and Julie, for a great report. And
Thank you very much.
miserable news that Councilmember Curtis is predicting more snow, but yeah.
Since we are planning to come to council in the future, are there any other data points council is interested in making sure we bring back? I think one thing we're looking at doing is a comparison with neighboring jurisdictions, but if there is anything, if you think of anything later, please email me, let me know, and we'll make sure we'll cover it.
I think Councilmember Falcone has a comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's a really good question, Director Underwood. Thank you. One data point I think would be interesting to see and might be helpful is, do we have data on snowstorm trends in the city of Kirkland or in East King County over the years? Because, anecdotally, my perception is that, we seem to be getting more snow. I remember my first year living on the east side, we got like a dusting of snow on Thanksgiving and my kids were so excited, but that's all we got all year, right? So I even feel like over the past decade, things have really started to accelerate. I remember, our neighbors, those first few years, nobody even owned a shovel, and like slowly and gradually people are getting used to having snow, and so they're preparing a little bit more. But I'm curious to see I haven't seen actual data on like the amount of snowstorms, the amount of snowfall. How is that changing? Because if we are seeing, an upward trend, I think that really helps to Councilmember Pascal's comments about future investments in, and planning these kinds of things, and what additional investments we'll need to make if we think that trend is going to continue. So that would be some good data for us to see. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all. So that takes us to item C, the COVID-19 update. City Manager.
I thought I saw Councilmember Nixon's hand up. I don't know if he...
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Nixon?
Yeah, just wanted to jump in with an idea since Julie asked. Councilmember Curtis and Councilmember Falcone talked about the fact that many people in the community do not have the wherewithal or the equipment to clear their sidewalks themselves. And I would really like us to figure out how we can mobilize the community to help with that. Is there some way that we could set up a website where people who have the right equipment and are willing to help, either on a volunteer basis or on a for hire basis, would be able to be contacted? We just don't have a good way for people to find people who have snow blowers or plows and stuff like that right now. And if we could crowdsource that information, even in the moment, or there was one place that people could post that they're willing to do that kind of work, I think that would be a nice service the city could provide. And the other thing that I've been talking with folks in the community somewhat about that I thought I'd just lay out there is whether the city might be able to invest in some equipment and have a stockpile, whether it's snow shovels, whether it's even like gas-powered snow blowers that could be taken out to a neighborhood and people could push around, especially around school walk routes. just to think about what investments we could make in human-powered equipment, not necessarily a $300,000 snowplow, but maybe $10,000 snow blowers that we could lend to people and really help take care of this problem. I just want to try to be creative that way. The other thing I'd mention, Councilmember Falcone, is I have a bright recollection between Christmas of '96 and New Year's of '97 getting 22 inches of snow. So there have been big events in the past. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we will move on to the COVID-19 update. City Manager.
Thank you. Very brief update. We did update the link memo about the expenditures for rental assistance for both residences and businesses. It was updated on January 13th. We're now almost to $500,000 of assistance provided from the city to those in need, and that will continue. We're also going to be coming back to the council with an update on the next round of ARPA funding and what we've done so far at one of the February council meetings. So stay tuned for more information on that.
Great.
And then on 5434, you dedicated 2 hours of your study session to it, but there was one thing we were going to cover that we ran out of time, so I just wanted to highlight it here, and that is, as I mentioned last time, we did receive an award of a grant for body-worn cameras of $200,000. The city needs to decide whether to accept that by the end of the month. We have a presentation to the City Council in February about body-worn cameras. It's our recommendation that we're going to go ahead and take the grant money. We don't actually get the money until the 6-month process is completed, and there's no penalty to not taking the money. So by doing so, it does not commit the city to actually having body-worn cameras, and it doesn't interfere at all with the process the council wants to go through with the community. But where the council decide to proceed at the end of all that time, it would be $200,000 that would help defray the cost. So just wanted to let you all know that we're going to be taking the grant, won't be actually getting any money from it, and we'll talk more about the body-worn camera program in February. Any questions on
thank
items?
you. Comments, questions? Okay, that takes us to item number 8, the consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I'd like to ask the Deputy Mayor to give us the audit of accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $3,537,633.54 and bills in the amount of $4,068,187.52.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. Any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the motion to approve the consent calendar. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Is there an order?
Aye.
Okay. Aye. Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. This takes us to item number 9, which is an executive session. We will now be going into executive session with our city attorney to discuss potential litigation. We expect to reconvene our special meeting at approximately 20 minutes.
Be 9:15.
Will it be 9:15? Thank you. For members of the public participating tonight by Zoom, this meeting will go offline during the executive session. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. So we will be leaving this meeting.
Correct.
So the members of the public will stay online or log back in after 20 minutes at the same Zoom address. The council will be conducting the executive session through a separate Zoom meeting link. Thank you. And before we do this, has everybody got the link?
So you should have an email from Cassandra Peak, Cassie, and that gives you the new Zoom link.
I've got it. Okay, everybody got it? Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Might I suggest that we may be ready for a break after the executive session and set expectations with the public that we may not return until 9:30.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay, thank you. See you out there.
Gonna be logging in the Zoom account. I'm the host, so it'll be just a second, and then you can all join us.
You're live, Mayor.
Thank you. We are back in session following an executive session to discuss potential litigation and our break. We are now to item 10 on our agenda, the business agenda. Before moving to our first scheduled item of business, however, and following our executive session, I would entertain a motion to suspend our rules and amend the business agenda to add a new item of business, new item 10D, to consider possible action tonight on proposed ordinance 4779 that would impose a temporary moratorium on an emergency basis in conjunction with the processing of city permit applications related to autonomous personal delivery devices. You should all have copies of this proposed ordinance.
So moved.
It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Curtis. Any discussion? Question is on the motion to amend our agenda to include as new item 10D, consideration of proposed ordinance 4779 that would impose a temporary moratorium on an emergency basis in conjunction with the processing of city permit applications related to autonomous delivery devices. All those in, or any discussion? All those in favor, please signify. Oops, it's an ordinance. Or is that an ordinance?
Not yet.
Not yet, you're right. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think that takes us to item 10A, right?
Yes.
Okay, which is the potential purchase of the Houghton Village property. So I want to just give a little bit of introduction to this before I turn it over to our Deputy City Manager, Beth Goldberg, who'll make the presentation. So I know there's a lot of interest in this in the public. So what I wanted to just make sure I highlighted for folks is that the way this opportunity came to the city, we weren't originally seeking to purchase the whole property. The former facilities manager, Chris Dodd, at my direction, had been seeking most of last year opportunities for nonprofit space and for parks and recreation space, knowing that we have a huge need in the community and there's not enough spaces for both of those activities. So he's been looking at places to rent throughout the city. So anytime something that's vacant comes up, he goes and talks to the ownership. So he and our property real estate agent met with the folks who own the PCC property, which is Houghton Village, because we know that the PCC was going to vacate their property and they were going to move to the MRM building by the Kirkland Performance Center. So we're looking first to see whether it was possible just to rent that space as it became vacant this summer. So in the course of those conversations between us and the owner, the teams asked the question, hey, would you be open-minded to selling this? And the conversation went back and forth. The owner did say, yeah, I would be open-minded to selling this under some certain conditions. So that's what set the stage for this discussion. It wasn't something that came out of a big look at properties throughout the city for purchase. So we want to take a chance to explain to you why we think this is a great opportunity for the city. And so that's the purpose of the presentation tonight. So with that context, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Beth Goldberg, our Deputy City Manager. This is also welcome, her first formal presentation to the council, so since she joined. So welcome, Beth.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Manager and council members. Happy to be here this evening. Have a short presentation to walk through the proposal with all of you, and going to share my screen. Hopefully you can all see this. Excellent. So here to talk about acquiring potentially the Houghton Village Shopping Center for $15 million plus closing costs. We are proposing through resolution R5512 to finance this acquisition through a 3-year interfund loan while the city develops long-term funding plans. And actually, just one second, I'm having technical difficulties forwarding through the slides. Sorry about that. Here we go. So the property, which is shown here on the right side of the screen, is 95.7 square feet. We estimate the land value at about $156 per square foot and the building value at $505 per square foot. And as I'll talk about in a moment, our assessment is that this is a very good deal for the city. So we view this very much as a strategic opportunity for the city. As City Manager Triplett noted, this was not something that had been, it was an opportunity that presented itself. And what appeals about the opportunity is first, the location of the property. It is in, as the City Council knows, in a walkable neighborhood with frequent transit service. It's near Terrace Park, Lakeview Elementary School, the Cross Kirkland Corridor, Metropolitan Market, and the Google campuses. We think that this is an opportunity to support community priorities by owning the property. We have some opportunities to influence how the property is developed in a way that would support City Council priorities and community goals, as was highlighted in the station area plan. Development opportunities could include affordable housing and or space for nonprofits, culture, recreation, and potentially educational opportunities. And certainly mixed use development would have some appeal with the city's goals. So by owning this property, we would have the flexibility to identify partners that can help us meet those community needs and support our long-term vision for the city, and then along with that, a long-term financing plan. And then the final strategic opportunity that we see in acquiring this property is the value of the land. As I mentioned on the previous slide, land is estimated at $156 per square foot. Comparable properties that our real estate agent cited show land value ranging from $172 per square foot to $575 per square foot. So this would be under that range. And then for the buildings, they're valued at $505 per square foot. The comparables, and this is all in your packet, show buildings ranging from $478 per square foot to about $1,100 per square foot. So on the low end of those values. So we do feel like at this purchase price, we are getting a property in a location that will help us potentially meet our community priorities at a good price. So if council were to authorize the city manager to sign the purchase and sale agreement for this property, we would begin a 90-day due diligence period. And during this due diligence period, we would do a number of activities to ensure that the property we are acquiring doesn't have any hidden surprises, or if there are issues, we're fully aware of them going in. And so this would include a full site survey that would look at boundary lines and easements on the property, a title report review, are there any liens against the property, thorough phase 1 and phase 2 environmental studies that would look at water and soil for potential contaminants, both from current uses and then historical uses of the land. And then building assessments, which would include mechanical, electrical, plumbing, roof, structural, and environmental review of the building. So for example, if there's any asbestos in the building, that would all be uncovered through this process. So intend to do a very thorough review of the property and with a due diligence period, the terms of the purchase and sale agreement. If we were to identify anything that, caused concern and caused us to reconsider whether this is a strategic move for the city can walk away within that 90-day period with no penalty. So plan on fully taking advantage of this period to make sure we know what we are purchasing. In terms of the financing plan, mentioned that we are proposing to initially finance this through a 3-year interfund loan. This will allow the city time to identify development partners and a long-term financing plan. The advantage of an interfund loan is that the interest rates are low. They're set comparable to what we would earn on our conservative investments. So the interest rate would be at 1.1%, and over the 3 years, we estimate it will cost us just over $500,000 in interest costs. I should note that these interest costs will be offset by an estimated $325,000 of annual lease revenues. At the shopping center, City Manager Triplett mentioned that the PCC is currently located there. They're planning on moving out at the end of June, but there are other tenants at the shopping center. So this $325,000 does not assume any lease revenue from the PCC site, but the other tenants that are currently occupying the shopping center. So that's the short-term plan. And then, as I mentioned, as we identify development partners in a long-term financing plan, then we would pay off the interfund loan within this 3-year period. If for some reason the city is not successful in identifying partners and or a long-term financing plan, the city could sell the property and then use those proceeds to repay the interfund loan. In terms of how the property might be developed, we do have some guiding policy language in the Houghton Everest neighborhood plan, and that is highlighted on this slide, which strives for a mixed-use neighborhood. The height of the buildings are dependent on whether the council approves a master plan, which would allow for 5 stories or 3 stories if it's developed with neighborhood serving retail as part of the development. Any redevelopment must include a coordinated strategy looking holistically at both sides of Northeast 68th Street, and a policy goal that we have set for development would be to preserve and enhance neighborhood retail uses and other complementary uses that enhance the neighborhood. In terms of next steps, if the city council authorizes the city manager to enter into the purchase and sale agreement, as well as the related interfund loan, the city will begin, as I mentioned, the due diligence period. If the due diligence period is successfully completed and we acquire the property, the city then would begin a community engagement process whereby we would want to understand community needs and priorities for redevelopment. And we would use that knowledge then to identify partners and ideas for the site that would meet those community needs. So that's kind of after the 90-day period, that's what we would move into if we do, in fact, acquire the property as is proposed through Resolution 5512. So with that, I will stop talking and I can turn it over to all of you for any questions you might have as well as discussion.
See, Councilmember Curtis has her hand up. Oh, Mary, you're muted.
Sorry, I'm muted. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you. I think I don't like the app. I get uncomfortable with quiet, so then I go, okay, I'll go first. So, as everyone knows, I'm intimately aware with the Houghton Everest Neighborhood Center discussion of how this area should be redeveloped. And I think this is a really interesting, intriguing opportunity, and I would like us to move forward with this 90 days first phase to do the assessment. Some of the feedback when we did go through the Houghton Everest Neighborhood Center discussion was what kind of services and what kind of housing that we can provide for the neighborhoods. And as Beth outlined, this is exactly the kind of thing the neighborhood wanted. One of the concerns the neighborhood had was retaining the existing businesses. So as we go through this, that's a conversation we could have. Another thing was the consolidation of the driveways to sort of help alleviate some of the traffic conflicts that we're having with the multiple driveways all coming out on 68th at the same time. So I think this is a great opportunity not only to fulfill some of our city needs as far as providing services, housing, possible expansion of Lake Washington School District, Lakeview Elementary, but it also is part of what the neighborhood was asking for when we were going through that business center analysis. So I'm supportive of moving forward on this. I think it's the right place, right time. As the Governor Award proved, we're very good at public outreach and making really cool things happen in neighborhoods. So I'm really supportive of this. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Nixon.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Well, I tend to be fiscally cautious, but at the same time, I think there's a great opportunity here, and it deserves exploration. So I'm supportive as well of entering into the purchase and sale agreement, and then going through the feasibility period, getting all the information we possibly can. I wouldn't necessarily wait for public engagement until after the contract is signed. I think there might be some level of public engagement, which will undoubtedly happen, by people sending us a lot of emails at the very least. Just if people have any thoughts about what the scoping of this feasibility study should be. And it's more of a feasibility review than a deep study, but one of my main concerns, and a lot of the concerns I have and that I sent to staff by email yesterday, I think it was, the main one that wasn't addressed is getting a high quality appraisal of the property. At least I don't remember seeing that mentioned. There are previous appraisals, and I think we believe that the price for this property is below market, but I would like to get some professional opinions on the extent to which it is below market, because that, to me, is the biggest risk factor we have here. Sure, we can do an interfund loan, we can lock up the property, we can do the up to 3 years of study, but we don't want to take a bath if we end up having to turn around and sell it. And of course, there's always risk. Who knows what our country's economic situation is going to be like 3 years from now, and whether any of our properties are still going to be worth what they are today. Some people think there's various different bubbles going on again. But if we can get a solid appraisal, which gives us the opinion that we ought to be able to at least get back out of it the money that we put into it 3 years from now, then I would be very comfortable taking that risk and doing a deep dive on this and deciding if it would be a good thing for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to quickly add my voice to Councilmember Nixon's interest in a quality appraisal. That was the main concern that I've had in thinking about this proposal is the fiscal risk, and I do take very seriously that this is residents of Kirkland, their taxpayer money, but there for all the reasons that were discussed in the staff memo and highlighted by Councilmember Curtis. This is a great way potentially a great way for the city to check off a lot of its goals and objectives that have been highlighted, particularly recently with the stationary plan, but also as part of the Houghton Everest Neighborhood Center work that was done a couple of years ago. So I do have a couple questions. The first question I had, I guess for Beth, maybe, I want to understand the 90-day due diligence period and what reasons the city would have to give, or maybe no reasons at all, for walking away from the deal in 90 days. So is it any reason or no reason, or does there have to be a stated reason arising from the results of the due diligence?
There does not need to be a reason cited.
Okay.
There doesn't need to be a reason. I mean, we can cite a reason, but there doesn't need to be a reason cited.
Okay. And I'm not suggesting that we would do it one way or another. I just think I'm asking the question because I think some of our residents might have that exact same question. I think I was just going back and re-examining the memo. I thought I saw in the memo discussion of the mix of uses that we would be potentially looking at along with the community at this site. And I remember seeing something about mixed retail along with the affordable housing, along with the other uses that we've talked about that for community benefits, arts, recreation, potentially schools. I didn't see it in your presentation, but maybe I missed it. We're still talking about in our vision, we're still imagining the possibility of some mixed retail in with these other uses. Is that true?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And in the meantime, with respect to the businesses that are there now leasing space, the city would be, if the city were to proceed with this transaction, the city would be assuming those leases and those businesses would remain where they are at least through the term, we would imagine at least through the term of their lease?
That's correct. And we would, yes, that's correct. And we would engage property management to help us with the tasks associated with managing a shopping center.
And during our discussions with the current property owner, did we get any sense of what the plans would be for this site once the PCC is moving out? Because they have their new facility in the downtown area. So that space is going to be vacant, whether the city does anything or not. In our discussions with the current landowner, did we get any sense of what was next for this property if the city and the current landowner didn't see an opportunity? Was it going to, for example, was it going to be sold to a developer next week and redeveloped by a private developer without any really direct participation by the city?
I am not aware of that specific question being posed. As City Manager Triplett noted in his introductory remarks, this all started because the city approached the landowner when we became aware that the PCC was moving out about, our interest in potentially leasing that PCC site for potentially youth teen programming. And then the conversations evolved into us purchasing the site. As I understand it, the owner is a longtime Kirkland resident. older in age, and I don't mean that to be wise in years, maybe I should say, and sees advantages of kind of legacy of selling this property to the city and having it meet these city goals that we have talked about. Certainly, I think all of the council members are very aware that Kirkland is a very desirable location for developers. So if we were not to buy the property, I don't know that it is a stretch to assume that another developer would purchase it, and what they chose to do with it would be, aside from the permitting, would be, a little bit out of our control. So I think just the way this all came about, I'm not sure that anything that, at least that I'm aware of, was like, okay, if not the city, then this is what's going to happen.
Yeah, but you know what? Actually, you got to my next question in your right there at the end of your response. We would have very little if the hypothetical were true that this were to be sold to a commercial interest to redevelop. It would be, except for the permitting process, the city would have no control over what went into that location as long as it was consistent with the land use and zoning and the permitting, of course. Okay. I just want to make sure I understood that too. And then last question. I do want to understand a little bit better what this relationship with a development partner would look like. And I may be sort of missing it, but I want to make sure I do understand what's in it for I think if I can answer the question, what's in it for the developer partner, then it'll make sense what this relationship would actually look like. Do we have a vision of what that relationship with that development partner will look like, and what is going to be in it for them, and what that would look like long term?
Are you talking, let me jump in. Are you talking about with the city redeveloping the site, or the property owner selling the site?
No, the city redeveloping the site. Yeah. I mean, we're not in the business of building these type of properties, right? So that's why I assume that's where the development partner comes in.
Right. So
what does that relationship look like long term with that development partner? Presumably they're going to build it and deliver it, and then what?
Yeah, so candidly, that's part of what we need the 3 years for, is to develop those partners and their interests after talking with the community. But just as the Arch board chair, I could just give a couple examples. One is actually in Kirkland. There are nonprofit developers who build affordable housing, and their interest would be the fact that we secured a site that's in a livable neighborhood by transit. So, and it would create the possibility of getting Arch funding or county funding or state funding to defray the cost. So, companies like Inland Group, which is looking at the site up in Totem Lake. There's a similar group that's building the site by the Sound Transit operating facility. So, and there's a potential partnership with the school district and so forth. So there's a lot of things out there where they have a lot of interest in folks that we don't yet know, and that would be what they would get out of it. If you can looked at like nonprofits and they made maybe a capital contribution in return for securing space, those are the kinds of things that we'll be looking at over the next 3 years.
Okay. The reason I'm asking the question, I just want to make sure we're being realistic. I want to make sure that if we have a development partner that is a nonprofit that builds affordable housing, that we can, residents are going, our residents are going to feel comfortable if those type of partners are going to be comfortable with the other mix of uses that we are imagining for this property. Not that it doesn't have to just be affordable housing or just for schools. It can be something, it can be this mix. And I realize, I think what you're saying, city manager, is we need some time to figure out if we can find the right partner, but we have confidence that type of partner's out there.
Yes, and like when we talked about Totem Lake, the village of Totem Lake today, there are many ways, and there are many qualified people who can partner to do both these things, the mixed use, the residential, the retail, and the housing all together. So, but we just need some time to put those things together.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In addition to the appraisal that Councilmember Nixon discussed, which may assume some development value for the property, I want to make sure that we have a detailed financial analysis on the rental income and operational costs over 3 years. The presentation talked about the city's interest costs and said the rest could be used for management and maintenance, but I'd like to understand what that looks like more over the next 90 days. We recognize we've got this need for affordable housing, community nonprofit space, school siting, and other community benefits, but it's going to take some time to have that community discussion on what that might look like, what the partnerships look like before we make any changes here. And I want to make sure that this rental income buys us that time to have those conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, concerns? Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot to add. There was a couple things that I was looking for in the resolution that I wanted to make sure that were encapsulated in it, that I heard Beth mention and others mention here. And one was just to clarify that, we want to continue looking for those opportunities to provide neighborhood retail and services to the community, because we don't have a lot of these commercial areas in the city, and that will still be on the table, that it's not just those other uses that are mentioned in the resolution. So I have an amendment that I want to introduce on that. And then on the community engagement, just be more clear and set expectations that is going to be a really important component, and that we want to get that started, and define what that looks like so we can set some expectations with the public. So I guess I should move the resolution then so that I can introduce the amendment that I have. So I'll move resolution 5512. Is that right?
Second.
It's moved by Councilmember, moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to accept resolution 5512. Discussion. Councilmember Pascal.
So I sent around an amendment to the council earlier this evening that addresses a few of those concerns that I just meant, mainly just to make sure that the resolution clarifies some of this information. So I'll read my amendment, and then if someone agrees with it, can second it. But to amend resolution 5512, beginning on line 7 on page 74, to add a new whereas provision that reads, whereas policy EB10 of the city's Everest neighborhood plan provides that plans for the future development of the Houghton Everest Neighborhood Center should create a mixed-use neighborhood center that provides goods and services to local community in coordination with the Central Houghton neighborhood, including through the principles of preservation, enhancement, neighborhood serving retail, mix of complementary uses, high-quality design standards, walkable neighborhoods, increased transit service, integration of affordable housing where possible, and the creation of gatherings, places, and opportunities for social interaction. And in the second part of the amendment is then adding a new section beginning on line 67 of page 75. And this adds section 3. And section 3 would read as, the city manager is authorized and directed to develop a community engagement plan in order to engage interested community members and stakeholders in meaningful dialogue related to the ways in which the purchase of this reference property by the city of Kirkland could accomplish city council goals and community benefits.
Second.
Okay, the amendment has been made by the amendment. Is that one amendment or two?
I read it as one.
Yeah, I know. Is that acceptable, City Attorney?
Yes, it is acceptable. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, thank you.
So the question is on the motion or the amendment made by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Falcone, as described. Do I have to repeat it? No. Discussion. Councilmember Curtis.
I have no objection to the amendment, but in the Neighborhood Everest Policy EB10, it does not outline possible Lake Washington School District uses or recreational uses. So I just wanted to make sure that those two uses aren't excluded by making this amendment.
I was reading it as it was in addition to the other whereases that already talk about schools and the other uses that we were mentioning.
Okay, I just want to cast a wide net when we do this due diligence. So if that's the interpretation, I'm fine with it. Thank
Those
you.
other uses would not be excluded.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, and so first thing I would just respond to Councilmember Curtis's point and reinforce what Councilmember Pascal was saying, because we do have the whereas clause. The first whereas clause will state the other community benefits, arts groups, nonprofit organizations, public school, and everything. So I feel very comfortable with that, and I'm going to support this this amendment. I did want to highlight one thing in what's now going to be section 3. We are authorizing and directing the city manager to develop a community engagement plan. We're not presupposing what that engagement plan is exactly going to look like, except to say that it's going to involve meaningful dialogue, and that meaningful dialogue can take. The city of Kirkland does this fairly well and does it in many different ways, and I'm assuming that we're going to come up with a community engagement plan and meaningful dialogue that is actually going to be useful in this particular case. So that's how I interpret it. So I'm for that reason I'm supportive of both clauses that make up this amendment.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
I just say that these amendments were mainly just to clarify, I think, what was read in the packet in the presentation, and to be broad, and not narrow things.
Okay, the question is on the amendment to Resolution 5512 as described by Councilmember Pascal, moved by Councilmember Pascal and seconded by Councilmember Falcone. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The amendment passes unanimously. Question is on the motion to pass Resolution 5512 as amended. Any further discussion? I forget who moved it. I think it was moved by, I can't remember who moved in, it doesn't matter. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, that takes us to item B, the state legislative update number 1. City manager.
Okay, so here to give you your first update from the start of session is our intergovernmental relations consultant, Lori McKay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Deputy Mayor and Council. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm just going to try to share my screen here. I am not wearing my Smurf ear headset tonight because I can't find my other headset. I'm wearing it just to wake you up. Okay, so for the record, again, I'm Lori McKay. I'm working with council and staff on Kirkland's 2022 legislative agenda as a government relations consultant. As the city manager just mentioned, tonight you're receiving your first update on the legislative priorities that were adopted at the December 14th council meeting. The staff memo associated with this update is found on page 94 of council's packet tonight. The update tonight will provide council with the status of the city's legislative priorities as of this afternoon, January 18th. But before I continue, I just would like to highlight that just 8 days into the session, we have assigned over 200 bills through the city's legislative bill review process described in the staff memo to the department subject matter experts. And as of this morning, over 130 of those assigned bills had been reviewed. The reviews had been completed. And I'm kind of just humbled by the extraordinary effort by city staff. And it's important for me to recognize and appreciate their care in their subject areas and their participation in this process, because I wouldn't be able to do this job for you without their participation and their activity. And in particular, Michael Olson, Adam and Jeremy and Chief Harris have the lion's share of the bill reviews, and they do so with grace and professionalism. So with that said, tonight's presentation includes 6 slides. We'll start with a quick review of the legislature session cutoff calendar, and then we'll dive right into and get up to speed on the status of each of the city's adopted legislative priorities. And then, of course, council feedback and questions are welcome anytime during this presentation. There we go. A quick reminder that this is a 60-day session with 51 days remaining, but who's counting? February 3rd is the House of Origin, the policy cutoff. The 7th is the fiscal and transportation cutoff. And then February 15th is the last day to consider bills in the House of Origin. There are 4 approaches that the city prioritized in the area of affordable housing that are shown on this slide. Starting at the top, providing a property tax exemption for ADUs that are dedicated for occupancy by low-income people. House Bill 1841 is titled Incentivizing Rental of Accessory Dwelling Units to Low-Income Households, and Representative Wallen sponsored this bill on behalf of the city. 1841 will be heard in the House Finance Committee on Thursday morning. Deputy Mayor Arnold will testify in support of the bill and offer some amendments, and he will also be prepared to respond to any questions from committee members if they have them. I'm going to jump down to the next one, defining affordable housing developments as essential public facilities. With this priority, it was identified as one that Kirkland planned to lead on in Olympia. We didn't really get out of the gate in time on this issue, so there's no update tonight. And unfortunately, there's not really going to be significant forward motion on this one. And I believe that someone from the legislative work group will speak to that a little bit later on, possibly. The next 2 areas, I have no update on the removing barriers to stimulate creation of new condominiums and the conversion of existing apartments. This is one that council identified that we would support if a bill was introduced, and so far we've not seen one that fits here. And then on this final one, maintaining authorization of development of affordable housing at WashDOT sites. This is an issue that the city council chose to just to monitor the issue and make sure that that nothing funny happens this session. Okay, so on to the next area, the priority area of clarifying police reform legislation. The first one, I'm just going to abbreviate here, support changes to clarify that a peace officer may use reasonable physical force in circumstances where the peace officer is executing a valid court order or performing community caretaking functions. House Bill 1726 is titled Modifying the Standards for Use of Physical Force by a Peace Officer, and it's sponsored by Representative Goodman. 1735 is similarly titled Modifying the Standard Use of Force by Peace Officers, and it's sponsored by Representative Johnson of the 30th Legislative District. Both of these bills were heard in Public Safety last Tuesday, where Chief Harris testified in favor of both bills. And while 1735 is scheduled for executive session this week, 1726 is not scheduled. And the related new development here is that this morning, Representative Goodman introduced House Bill 2037. Today it's shown on the screen below, 1735. And this bill is intended by Representative Goodman to replace his first bill, 1726. 2037 is also titled Modifying the Standard for Use of Force by Peace Officers, and it defines physical force and expressly allows use of force to prevent fleeing a temporary investigative detention. That bill, 2037, has not yet been scheduled for hearing. The next area is support to allow law enforcement and correctional officers to use less than lethal munitions. House Bill 1719, titled Concerning Use and Acquisition of Military Equipment by Law Enforcement, was introduced by Representative Bronowski of the 28th District. And like 1735, House Bill 1719 was heard in public safety last week on the 11th, and it is scheduled for executive session this week. Moving on to the priority to promote equity and social justice under the area of new local funding and policy tools to address homelessness. I have no update for you in this area tonight. In the next area, allowing local jurisdictions to implement ranked choice voting. House Bill 1156 was sponsored last year by Representative Harris Talley from the 37th District. And it's titled Increasing Representation and Voter Participation in Local Elections. 1156 was reintroduced last week and retained in its present status, which I think is in Rules Committee. Meanwhile, Senate Bill 5584, sponsored by Senator Trudeau in the 27th District, was pre-filed in December, and it too is titled Increasing Representation and Voter Participation in Local Elections. 5585 is scheduled for hearing in the Senate State Government and Elections Committee tomorrow, and Kirkland will sign in favor of this bill. And then finally in this category, sunsetting the Houghton Community Council. House Bill 1769 is sponsored by Representative Dewar of the 1st District, and it's titled Concerning Community Municipal Corporations. 1769 was referred to local government, and as of today, it has not yet been scheduled for a hearing. Finally, in the area of our capital budget projects, the city identified 4 projects to seek capital budget funding for, and they're listed here on the screen. The update here is to show council that each project has a legislative sponsor in both the House and the Senate. The legislature's process requires that the city complete and submit a member request form for each project by January 28th, and the city is on track to meet that deadline. And here also, I'd like to just give a quick shout out of gratitude to the CIP team and Public Works and Rod Steitzer in particular for slogging through this process with Andriana and myself. That's the end of kind of the update on our adopted priorities for 2022. I think that Deputy Mayor Arnold wanted to speak to a couple issues, including missing middle housing bill 5670 and 1782, their companion bills.
Yes, he does.
If there aren't any other questions on the presentation.
Council?
Lori, if you could go back to your first slide with the status of the bills on our affordable housing agenda. So given the work that's happening on police reform and other affordable housing discussions, Lori had said there's been no update on the second goal about defining affordable housing as an essential public facility. I would move that we change the approach to this bill to support. I'll leave it to, and we'll offer more explanation if that's seconded.
Second.
Thank you. And what that would do is say that if there was a bill that dealt with this issue, we would support it, but we're no longer going to try to seek sponsors and lead and develop this kind of policy. It's mainly a bandwidth issue given other affordable housing and other bills that are moving in the legislature right now.
Okay, any further discussion? It's been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to change the approach on defining affordable housing developments as essential public facilities to support. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, I have another issue.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. One of the issues the legislative work group had forwarded on is Senate Bill 5670, House Bill 1782. This is governor's request legislation for his missing middle housing initiative, and it requires missing middle housing within a half mile of major transit stops. Both of these bills had hearings today and had a variety of feedback. AWC is opposed to this issue because of its preemption, but I would note that Kirkland has diverged from AWC previously, most recently with bills that set some state standards around transit around station areas and allowing supportive housing in areas zoned for hotel motel use. So I think this bill is an interesting opportunity to continue this work on affordable housing, and I wanted to discuss Kirkland potentially supporting this bill while pursuing some changes. I sent around a summary including the staff analysis of the bill and wanted to see first if anybody had any questions.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Deputy Mayor, it's my understanding that there was a somewhat similar bill, House Bill 2020, that had a hearing today as well. Do we know can we compare the two bills here? And is there a reason why one, we would support one over the other? Can you walk through the details of that a little bit?
Very good question. I mentioned this bill we have a staff analysis on, which was included and talks about what's happening. House Bill 2020, which was also heard today, is kind of the opposite of this. This sets some standards for missing middle housing around transit. 2020 has even higher standards for high capacity transit for building heights and other things. However, that's my read of the bill. We have yet to have a staff analysis, and that's why the legislative work group isn't coming forward with a recommendation or ask on 2020 right now.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Would it be possible that if after the staff memo or staff review that the working group would consider supporting both, or is that too much that we would not want to take on supporting both?
If I may comment, both of them won't make it. They're both going to change dramatically as the local government tries to figure out what mechanism they're going to use to put this initiative through. There are pieces of 2020 that are more appealing. The oversight group is appealing to a lot of legislators. So I think we can sort of we'll be following all of these bills in the legislative subcommittee. But I suspect neither bill is going to be complete when it's done. I think they're just going to pull these guys apart.
If I could just follow up quickly with Councilmember Falcone. 2020 was introduced on Saturday, So there was just no way on the long weekend for us to get that sent out and a staff analysis back. So that it is on our, hopefully we'll get it reviewed by this Friday's legislative work group meeting.
And just to be totally open, I did testify in support of it at Representative Wallen's request. I did that personally. And I'm going to figure out how to share that testimony with Lori, but I haven't done that yet. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The main concern I have with this bill is making sure that we preserve the ability for the city to regulate things. And the thing I'm mostly concerned about is building envelope. When we adopted our own missing middle ordinance, one of our strongest arguments, I think, that to build support in the neighborhoods was that even if a building had multiple units, it still could not cover more of the lot than a single family home. And it still could not exceed the height of a single family home. And I would like to make sure as this goes through the process that we preserve the ability for cities to set those lot coverage and height limits in order to kind of maintain the character of neighborhoods while at the same time providing more units. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, in your email that you sent out this morning, and I agree with Councilmember Nixon, I would be concerned about that too. You had mentioned that the missing middle is defined perhaps differently, or it's more expanded in this bill to where it would include fourplexes, fiveplexes, sixplexes, stacked flats, townhouses, courtyard apartments, or kind of just be more expansive than our missing middle regs, it sounds like. And so that would concern me. I would be okay with continuing to support the bill, but with the understanding that we try to get some of that language modified so it's consistent with kind of where we are as a city. Is that what you're recommending?
I have not made a motion yet, but given what I'm hearing, I like that idea. So what I'd like to move is that Kirkland support this bill, seeking amendments to match the housing requirements to the level of transit service that is provided. 2, to be consistent with Kirkland's current missing middle housing initiative, and 3, to ensure that we're preserving our ability to regulate building envelope in residential neighborhoods.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. I assume that those are companion bills, 5670 and 1782.
Yes.
Yeah.
To amend or to, I'm sorry.
To support those seeking amendment.
Yes. As described by Deputy Mayor Arnold. Is that enough? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let me lower my hand here. Deputy Mayor Arnold, I did have a question for you. When you made your motion, your second bullet point in your motion, which was something to the effect of consistent with Kirkland's missing middle. I'm not sure I heard that exact concept discussed in our conversation tonight, and I just want to make sure I understood what I would be approving if I was to approve having to be consistent with Kirkland's missing middle housing initiative.
I was trying to capture Councilmember Pascal's comments because the bill as it stands today does allow for more extensive housing than we do in our middle housing initiative. And there are some pieces of that, like going to 5-plexes, 6-plexes, and courtyard apartments that may be more intense. So those would be the things that be seeking to change in the legislation.
Okay.
That's my interpretation, or that's how I would interpret it.
So working toward a closer alignment with our missing middle existing policy.
Exactly.
Okay. I mean, I think I could probably be a little bit more radical than that if we do the other things that we're talking about, consistent with Councilmember Nixon's point about building lot coverage and height, the city still having control over that. If we were able to get the changes that I think, Deputy Mayor, are in your first bullet point, which is get it tied more closely to high frequency transit. I think if we have those two elements, I would actually be okay with, I wouldn't necessarily object or withdraw my support as a member of this council from 4-plexes and 5-plexes if it meets those other requirements, because I think that's exactly what the Growth Management Act needs. It's essentially a Growth Management Act within a larger Growth Management Act. Our Growth Management Act that we have today is protecting the hinterlands, the farms and fields and forests. And this is a Growth Management Act within that, which is concentrating growth where we have existing infrastructure, and particularly where we have the potential for high frequency transit and walkable neighborhoods. And I think that kind of concentrated growth within our urban areas is exactly what we need. And for those who are concerned about maintaining a number of large amounts of single family neighborhoods, it allows for that as well. So I'm going to support the motion, certainly, but I guess I'll just go on record as saying I would be willing to be more radical with respect to the 4-plexes, 5-plexes, 6-plexes if they meet these other important criteria, and we do have control over building footprint, height, and and it's meaningfully connected to what high frequency transit. Thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to throw my support. I wholeheartedly support what Councilmember Black just said. I think this is aligns with our city values of equity and sustainability and what we've been talking about thematically about the 85th Station Area Plan. I think it just, allowing more dense and affordable housing closer to transit just makes sense. And so I also would support, again, what Councilmember Black said. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
It's getting late. I think this is a great conversation, and this is why the legislative work group wanted to bring these bills back to council instead of trying to make this determination on our own. And I would like to make a motion to amend the motion to drop that second bullet, because I also agree that with our building footprint and height, we are controlling the building envelope and what can go in there. And as staff pointed out in their assessment, with our current missing middle housing, with the allowing of ADUs and DADUs, it's the same sort of intensity that's going to happen in this missile middle housing. So we're already doing what this is doing. It's a different construct as far as 4-plexes and so forth. So my motion is to amend the motion and drop that second amendment requirement that we're going to make. So
second.
Okay. So we have an amendment to the motion. Any further discussion on the amendment? Okay, the question is on the amending the original motion to delete the second bullet and move forward with 1782 and 5670.
And as a point of clarification, the second bullet was pursuing amendments to be more consistent with Kirkland's existing missing middle housing
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, any further discussion on that? All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, all those in favor of supporting the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The
No.
motion- that was Councilmember Pascal?
Yep.
Okay. The motion carries 6-1. Question is on the original motion as amended to incorporate the first and third bullets that Deputy Mayor Arnold outlined in support of Senate Bill 5670 and House Bill 1782. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion carries 6-1. Okay, any further discussion, or are we done with the legislative agenda? All right, that takes us to,
Madam Mayor.
thank you,
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Triplett.
So just given late hour, I wanted to check in with the council and see if the council wanted to consider deferring the next two action items. The TBD is not time sensitive. We could move that to the next council meeting. The tree code is obviously very important to everybody, and it is also scheduled for action, or scheduled for another meeting on February 1st, another discussion on February 1st. So it's already got a block of time for it. So I just want to offer that up as something for the council to consider, to move both these to the next council meeting rather than try to take them up at the late hour.
Council? I think it's a really good idea. We still have to we just would have then item E, the emergency moratorium.
Okay.
Councilmember Pascal.
With the TBD item, are we expecting that to be a involved discussion? I'm just wondering if that, I just want to check some things off, some more things off, that's all, if we can.
It's a very short presentation, but happy to.
I guess the issue would be that the public hearing would be at our next meeting.
We would,
And that could be potentially something long, I don't know, or it might not. Right,
So
because public hearings, people can talk for however long they want, so.
If we were to defer the TBD, we'd also defer the public hearing as well. So we'd move that back also.
Okay, consensus? Defer both? Keep the defer both? Can I get some head nods? Councilmember Black, I think it's 2:00 in the morning for you, so.
Fine.
Okay, then that's what we'll go ahead and do. So that will take us to, hold on, let me back up.
That'd be then 10E, the emergency moratorium.
Correct. So I think we now will have the city manager do the presentation with Stephanie.
Yeah, so I'm just going to give a short verbal presentation, and Stephanie is here if you have questions. So ordinance 04779, I'll read the relevant section. Would impose a moratorium on the review on acceptance of applications for review of or issuance of any permit related in any way to the use or storage of autonomous personal delivery devices. It'd be for up to 6 months, and it would set a public hearing on March 1st to discuss the issue, and we're happy to answer any questions if the council has any.
Can I get a motion? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we adopt ordinance 04779. I'm not going to read the title because it's really long, but if I need to, okay.
That's fine.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Nixon to approve ordinance 4779. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
I think we have to do a roll call.
Oops, roll call. You're right. Blake. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon,
Yes.
Councilmember Black,
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis,
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone,
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Mayor Sweet.
Yes, motion carries, or the ordinance carries unanimously. Okay, do we want to do council reports, or do we want to share those via email? Is there anything that anybody needs to report tonight? Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Madam Mayor, I would like to move the city council, the mayor and deputy mayor's recommendation for city council committee appointments and regional committee appointments.
Second.
It's been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Falcone, to accept the committee appointments as presented by the deputy mayor and the mayor. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And city clerk, you have the information. You have to include those in the minutes.
I do.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, did you want to move anything with regard to the tourism committee, or are we going to come back?
As part of that, I'd like to move that we direct staff to develop some revisions to the code that would provide for an alternate to the Tourism Development Committee.
Second.
It's been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Curtis, to have staff do an evaluation of the language necessary to add an alternate to the Tourism Development Committee. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, that takes us to city manager reports.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have one item for the city manager report. Earlier today, I sent you all a draft of a letter that we're recommending the city council authorize the mayor to sign. It would be a letter to King County supporting their efforts to site a permanent supportive housing facility in Kirkland to purchase a hotel, but also laying out that we expect them to launch a community engagement process in partnership with us and develop ways to make sure that this is an effective facility that's also a good neighbor. And if the council would agree with that, then we would have a motion to approve the mayor signing the letter. There might need to be a few small tweaks to it. For example, it sets idea of having a joint meeting in January, and that meeting, I mean, it's almost the end of the month, so we'd probably say something like change that to a future joint meeting or something like that. So we'd make a few minor adjustments, but basically the letter that you received is that we're looking for a motion to approve. Happy to answer.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis, to authorize the mayor to go ahead and sign the letter that we received in addition to our packet, with tweaks necessary to make it right. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Any calendar updates?
That's all I have,
Seeing
then.
none.
That's all I have,
Okay,
then.
and we're, go ahead, city
Oh,
manager.
sorry, I was gonna say, that's all I have then, Madam Mayor, for tonight.
Okay, with that, I think we're at adjournment. Thank you all. We have a lot ahead of us.
So just
But
just for formality's
Go ahead.
sake, you do have a potential executive session, which I believe I would be happy if you chose to defer. So,
You missed the fact that I canceled that a while ago.
oh, okay, I didn't see that, okay.
But we will, and I know that we do this with your understanding. So, all right, then this meeting is adjourned. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.